All right, good morning. A few people are asking in the chat stream if they can't hear anything, or we just haven't started yet. So we're still waiting for everyone to filter in. If you want to know if your audio is working, you should, in front of your name on your block, you should be able to see the microphone, and it'll show you muted. That means that your audio is connected. If you can't see a microphone, then your audio isn't connected. So when you go to speak today, we won't be able to hear you. So if you want to try that out with us to confirm. On the bottom left of your screen, you'll see your little microphone, and you can do your connection there.
Morning.
Good morning. This is Ella Full again, and I was just testing my audio.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Ella. If you go to the participant list, there's a button for participants on the bottom. It'll pop up a participant list. If you go over your name, which is right now just a number, if you right click it or hover over it, I think you should be able to change your name so that you can display your actual full name on it. It says rename or something like that under the more button. There you go.
Okay, I just tried that. That worked?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you, Linda.
You're welcome. You can tell I've been doing a lot of these recently.
Dale also doing an audio check. Everybody can hear me?
Can?
Yeah, who's that, Melissa? No, Michelle. Melissa.
Michelle, I think. This is Melissa. I can hear you.
Thank you.
I thought that was actually Lisa. Hey, Lisa.
Mhm.
Hi, if everyone's doing an audio check, this is Paul Connery. Can you hear me?
We
Hey,
can hear you,
Paul.
Paul. Good morning.
Loud and clear.
Okay. All right, great, thanks. Should we take video on or off?
It might be helpful to have your video on, but it's up to you. As long as we can hear you, that's the main thing.
All right, great. I'll try and figure out how to turn it back on.
Should be a little icon down there you can click on. I'd like to see your smiling face, Paul.
Let me see. I got it.
Awesome. Where are you? San Diego or over here?
San Diego.
Okay. How's the weather over there? Getting nice?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep. They don't allow you to do anything but walk or run on the beach or surf, so you can't stop and sunbathe yet. But
Yeah.
I think they're going to loosen that up a little bit. But California is pretty strict on their opening up rules.
Yeah, they locked down the beaches for a while, right? Couldn't even surf or anything.
Yeah,
I got a lot of flack for leaving the trails open, but I think a lot of people appreciate it.
I think that was the right thing to do.
Yeah, and it was validated eventually by Sarah Park over at DOH as being a low to no transmission risk. So, we're all kind of trying to figure it out as we go along. Some folks complain, but I think a lot of people are really appreciating having that outlet. Hey, how we doing? 9:05. You ready to get going?
We're waiting on a few participants, but I think we can start with the preliminaries.
Hey, Gordon, are you going to be the repping for you guys today, or is it Jim?
It'll be Jim.
Okay.
Yeah. I have to leave for around a little bit before 11 for another call.
Okay. So do we want to go ahead and call to order? Lauren, are we good with that?
Oh, hi, Dave. Sorry. Yeah, we're just waiting on a few participants, but we have all the ESRC and it's 9:05, so I certainly think we can start.
Okay. Okay, good morning, y'all. It is it's Monday, May 18th. In this days of COVID, trying to figure out how to run meetings like this virtually. Hopefully we'll be able to have a nice, smooth meeting today. Be a little bit patient, as it may be a little, it's gonna be a little jerkier than if we're all face to face, but we got a good team helping out with the meeting today. So in the background is going to be Lauren Taylor and Koa Matsuoka with our our HCP group staffing here at DOFA, and they're going to be doing some of the technical stuff. And Lauren will give you a briefing in a little bit. But the first thing I wanted to do is just kind of go around and have everybody everybody on the line introduce himself. I'll start out. I'm David Smith. I'm the administrator with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife. And I am representing Suzanne Case on the ESRC. And we'll be running the meeting today and as the ESRC chair. And in the background will be Lauren and Koa trying to moderate the meeting and all the technical aspects of it. And somebody else want to go? Do a round the horn introduction here. Maybe we could just go down the list.
This is Kavika Winter. I'm a ESRC member.
Morning, Kavika.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Bogardis. I represent the Fish and Wildlife Service on ESRC. I'm normally the Maui, Nui, and Hawaii Island team manager within Ecological Services. I sit on behalf of Kasha Mullet, my field supervisor.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm Jim Jacoby with USGS, representing Pierce with Gordon Tribble.
And this is Gordon. And I'm sorry. This is Gordon Tribble with USGS.
Laura Merhoff, ESRC.
Hello.
Melissa Price, ESRC member representing University of Hawaii.
Hello.
I'm Lisa Spain. I'm ESRC at large.
Morning.
Okay, we have, like Dave said, we have me, Lauren Taylor, and Koa Matsuoka. We're the moderators. And then can any other DOFA staff on the call as well, please introduce yourselves?
Good morning. Oh. Good morning, everyone. This is Jason Omick on the call.
Good morning. This is Afshin Siddiqui with DOFA.
Good morning. This is Linda Child, Deputy Attorney General.
Okay, and then if the applicants or their representatives want to start, I'm assuming everyone sees the screen the same way, but we're about to find out if they don't. So if you want to start with the top left.
Good morning. This is Reggie David, representing Sheridan Resort Puipu and working on several other teams with the Good Soul team.
Lisa Bale and Lisa Munger for NCL, Princeville Resort Kauai, Kauai Marriott, and Alexander and Baldwin.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ella Foley Gannon on behalf of HDOT.
Good morning, Ella.
Hi, good morning, Paul Connery, representing on behalf of HDOT.
Chris Cano, DOT.
Good morning, Mahialani Kraft, Deputy County Attorney on behalf of the County of Kauai.
Sean O'Keefe with Alexander and Baldwin.
Is that it? It looks like that might be the list that I see.
And just William.
Yes, we missed.
William, do you want to introduce yourself?
William.
William Trujillo with County of Kauai Parks and Recreation.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, great. Let's see. Lauren, were you gonna go now and do some logistical stuff, or are we gonna go into Kate?
Yeah, I'll just give the how the meeting's gonna flow, and then we can start with the agenda. So stand by. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay.
Oh, Kate's on here too.
Okay. Hopefully everyone can see that. So, yep, this is Lauren Taylor. I'm DOFA staff. You've probably seen me in ESRC meetings before. And we're just going to help, Koa and me are just going to help facilitate the meeting today to make sure we have an efficient use of time and minimize technical difficulties, since we do have a long agenda to get through. We might jump in when you're speaking or ask you to condense your comments if we're running behind today. So we're going to keep an eye on the time and try to keep the meeting on track to respect everybody's time and give everybody a chance to participate. If you want to comment when someone's speaking, on the right-hand side of your screen, if you open up the chat sidebar, so if you go to the bottom and there's an option to see the chat, click on that, and then you'll see the sidebar. So type in that you would like to speak there, just request a comment or some indication, and then it'll pop up in order so we can call on you. We're gonna be running this meeting as close as possible to a normal ESRC meeting format. So we just ask that the usual courtesies are observed. The committee will deliberate, then they will seek applicant comments after their deliberations and prior to putting forth a motion in the normal manner. So if you can imagine we're in a normal meeting, we're going to try to follow that format. This meeting is being recorded. as we usually do. The difference is we have the chat bar as well as the audio and video. So just bear in mind that your sidebar conversation on the right of your screen is also part of the public record. And we will be taking, we're gonna use, if you can use a clear display name. I think most people have changed theirs at this point, but if you need to change your name so that we know who you're representing, just hover over your block. You'll see 3 little dots in the corner, and you can rename yourself there. And similarly, I think Linda Chow, our AG, also pointed that out. You can hover over your name under the participants list on the right of the screen as well. If you have your chat bar up, you'll see that participants list, and then you can also rename yourself there. And then before you speak, yes, just please state your name and organization. You know, Lauren Taylor, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. I'd like to say, you know, so that we later when we do the transcription, we know who's speaking. And we are going to be taking breaks. We didn't put these into the agenda because we're just going to see how it flows. But if you need a break before your vote or after deliberations, please indicate that in the sidebar or when you're speaking, if you want to make that comment, so that, you know, if you need 5 or 10 minutes to convene with your other members of your entity. And I would just ask that you turn off your video and mic during your break, or if you have to step away. And if you do want to see the public testimony, because we won't be receiving any during this meeting, but we received it prior to this meeting, that's all been posted on our website where the agenda is. So that's all I have for the housekeeping. Kaua'i and I have controls over the whole, how do I get back to me? Stop sharing, there we go. Kaua'i and I have controls over the whole group. So in a few cases, we have to both unmute. So you have to unmute yourself, and sometimes we have to unmute you. So we'll try to keep a really close eye, making sure nobody's talking while they're muted, but please don't hesitate to chime in and point out if you're not being heard. Okay, so I'll pass it back to you, Dave, unless anybody has a question about the meeting format.
I think we're good. Okay, so just pulling this up here. So I think we're going to go to Kate Carlson, who is our HCP staff, who has been the lead on this HCP for DOFA, and have her give us a presentation on the Habitat Conservation Plan.
Of course, it would help if I unmuted myself. All right, give me a moment to figure out how to do the screen sharing again. And this is going to be a really sort of basic overview. It's going to be a repeat for everyone who's been involved in the project for a long time. It's just for YouTube records, essentially. And this particular habitat conservation plan that we're going to chat about all day today is up for final review from the ESRC. The ESRC has met to discuss this draft several times. We met in late September to discuss the mitigation project. We met in late October to discuss the PIPs, and we met for 2 days on Kaua'i to have site visits to the participant properties. This document was also posted for the 60-day public comment period with the OEQC, and I believe the federal review process is completed as well. We covered species for this habitat conservation plan are the Newell shearwater, Hawaiian petrel, band-rumped storm petrel, and Hawaiian green sea turtle. That there is no take anticipated for the turtle. The problem that this particular HCP is addressing is the impact to seabirds from artificial lights. Light attraction is primarily affecting juvenile seabirds that have just fledged from their burrows as they make their way to the ocean for the first time. On the way, they get distracted and disoriented. Sorry. Sorry, I don't have a virus. Disoriented by their lights on the way to the ocean. And they wind up circling around and around the light, eventually get exhausted and fall to the ground. Once they're on the ground, they can't take off again, and they either die from exposure and starvation, or they're eaten by feral animals such as cats. Since nighttime lighting is an essential part of a lot of different facilities, take associated with those lights is considered incidental. So the covered facilities in this particular HCP are things like hotels, harbors, parks, stadiums, a cruise ship. And the covered activities under this HCP are placement and operation of current and future lights, as well as the activities associated with the mitigation project. The participants, there's 8 participants to this HCP. They're pooling together into a single conservation plan, although each participant will obtain and be responsible for their own incidental take license that you'll be voting on later. Take of listed species can be avoided by turning off lights during the seabird season. But since most lights are still needed, applicants are expected to minimize what's left. The minimization goals for this particular HCP are reducing the likelihood that a seabird will be grounded by lighting, and also increasing the chance of survival for those birds that do become grounded. The 4 main components to the minimization plan for this HCP are lighting, outreach, predator control, and then recovery and release. The lighting portion of minimization can be accomplished by adjustments to lighting. Where possible, some lights can simply be turned off during the seabird fledging season, but when not possible, they can be modified with things like shielding, redirecting, relocating the lights under eaves, using different output of bulbs, using timers and motion sensors so that lights are only on when they're needed. You can also shift the lighting minimization plan around the moon phase, because the few days surrounding the new moon has the highest risk. That's when the skies are the darkest. For many of the applicants' facilities, there's minimization that involves encouraging participation from guests and staff, not just to support the actions needed to reduce the lighting impact, but also to assist in finding birds that have landed on the ground. To improve awareness of the lighting impacts, applicants have committed to customized outreach and training programs at their facilities. They can be some things such as cards placed in hotel rooms to encourage closing curtains or dimming lights. Staff are also trained in how to locate and safely handle down birds so that it can increase the chance that that bird can be safely released. A primary goal of minimization is to keep the birds from being grounded, obviously, but the next step is to keep them alive if they are grounded. Seabirds did not evolve in the presence of predators on Hawaii, and feral non-native predators have a huge impact on the survival of the birds. Young birds on the ground are really easy targets. In order to increase the chances of survival for a downed bird, the HCP applicants have committed to controlling feral predators such as cats on their property. Because the applicant properties are all different, though, there's going to be a tailored predator control protocol they're going to be site specific. When a fledgling seabird falls to the ground, it has a good chance of surviving if it can be found. Then it can be subsequently released to a place where it can get enough lift and airflow to fly. When grounded, fledglings will try to seek out a safe place to hide. So drain pipes, crevices, vegetation, such as the top left picture. In order to find them, searchers will regularly look throughout the covered properties. And if a bird is found, it'll be transferred to a program called Save Our Shearwaters, which we call SOS in the rest of the program. Funded by Kaua'i, that program rotates and releases native seabirds and will bring in a bird to the facility. They will evaluate it and determine whether it's a candidate for immediate release or whether it may need additional rehabilitation at their facility. Similar to seabirds, baby turtles also make an immediate transit to the sea when they leave their nest And also, like seabirds, they can get disoriented by artificial lights on their way to the ocean. So the same lighting reduction measures implemented to avoid seabird take will also help avoid turtle disorientation. Turtle season is mid-May to mid-December. And during that time, if an HCP applicant has beachfront property, they're going to be monitoring for turtle nests. If they find a turtle nest, they're going to mark it and then try to protect it from light attraction. So they can cover lights, or they can erect some sort of light-proof barrier, such as a black silt fence, to protect the nests. The mitigation for this project is a 5-acre fence site up in the mountains. It's going to be providing a safe place for seabirds to breed inside the fence and also doing predator control outside the fence. The site was selected after a lot of consultation with various parties. It meets a lot of the criteria that we were seeking. It is land that's owned by state parks. It has suitable intact native habitat. There's already seabirds in the region, and this particular site is close to known flyway corridors. So it can be colonized by birds without needing to physically translocate them from other areas. And unlike many of the other seabird locations, this particular one doesn't require any helicopters to access it. It has road access, so it's feasible to work there. And it's also fenceable without challenging topographical features. Some fences that have been put in have issues with drainages and gulches, so this fence was designed around those issues. And finally, the size of the fence is appropriate to the total take expected for this particular HCP. In year 1 of the permit term, the site's going to be fully enclosed by a predator-proof fence. This fence essentially excludes anything with fur, so cats, dogs, rats, even mongooses if they happen to become established on Kauai. It has mesh that's small enough that even mice can't squeeze through it. It has a skirt at the base that's bent down to prevent something from digging under it. And it has a metal hood over the top to prevent things like cats from jumping over it. The site is located near flyover transit corridors of existing seabird colonies. So after the fence is completed, there's going to be speakers placed throughout the site that will play calls and colony sounds to encourage visitation from prospecting birds that are returning to their otherwise nearby colonies to find a breeding site. To try to sweeten the pot, there's going to be burrows and nesting boxes built on the site to give a head start to the early breeders. And while the fence may keep birds safe that nest within it, other birds may be attracted to the site nearby and set up outside the fence. So for those birds, as well as colonies down the valley, predator control is going to be implemented in the areas surrounding the fence. So feral cats are going to be trapped around the fence, and also non-native barn owls will be controlled because they can prey on birds both inside the fence and outside the fence. Every January, the participants, all 8 of them, are going to supply an annual report to their primary contractor, which at this point is Pacific Rim Conservation. The reports are going to be on the status of the lighting minimization at the applicant facilities, the results of take monitoring, predator control outcomes and effectiveness, and an update on any outreach projects that they have. The mitigation project also will submit an annual report, and that's going to update on the accomplishments and progresses for the biological goals of the project. There's going to be an annual review by the agencies in March of every year so that they can apply anything learned to new actions done the following year. There's a bunch of different monitoring types in this HCP that I'm going to try to explain: take monitoring, compliance monitoring, and as effectiveness monitoring. Take monitoring serves to compare the actual rate of take to the amount that was expected or predicted in the permit. The take monitoring plans described in the PIPs identify the searchable areas of the property, the training of searchers and how many searchers there are, methods of searching, frequency and timing of searching. Take monitoring also includes searching for and documenting the presence of predators and keeping records of every bird that was found and its outcome, such as whether it was released or died. And take monitoring is summarized in the final annual report. Compliance monitoring is essentially ensuring that the expected actions are being performed in accordance to the terms in the HCP, whereas effectiveness monitoring evaluates whether those actions are having the anticipated result. So effectiveness monitoring is what informs the later process of adaptive management, For participants, we're going to evaluate things like whether the light attraction minimization actions are working, how well the success of the on-site predator control is working, and how well outreach is working. For the mitigation site, it's going to be things like predator control, vegetation management, and then whether the seabirds are responding as expected to the restoration and social attraction. Oh, I skipped a step. You can have this. So each of the 8 applicants has completed a participant inclusion plan that you guys are going to review later in the day. Dave will introduce those. The required components of each PIP are a lighting minimization plan, a plan for monitoring and minimizing impacts to turtles, a description of training for staff, any outreach for guests or clients or residents that will occur, predator control plans, incidental take estimates for covered species, and a take monitoring plan and an assurance of funding over the term of the permit. The way take is estimated for this HCP is a little bit complicated because there are different factors of it. The majority of the mitigation project itself is funded by the lethal take assigned to each applicant, and it's funded in proportion with that applicant's lethal take, which is not the same as their total permitted take. So their lethal take is a portion of their observed take as well as all of their unobserved take. I'm not going to get too much into detail in this because it's in the document, but for the purposes of the default estimates in the HCP, we assume that all SOS birds were found alive. So the input numbers for the applicants were based on SOS averages for the last 5 years if they were shearwaters or the last 15 years if they were petrels. We also assume that for every bird that was found and turned into SOS, a bird was not found. So essentially giving each applicant a default 50% discovery rate. And applicants do have the option of requesting a higher searcher discovery rate as they can justify it with supporting evidence. And that is about all we have. Dave will go into the PIPs later after you guys discuss the main HCP. And there's a take table of the total take requested, but this is also in the individual PIPs. This is just summarizing everything into one form. And that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Kate. Okay, and then we received a copy of the HCP, and there's been some changes since the Sunshine version of this. And so Michelle Bogardis is going to run us through the changes that have been made since the Sunshine version was published. So Michelle, you want to take that?
Sure, thanks, Dave. So for ESRC members and applicants, you should have received an email this morning from me with a description of these changes. They're relatively minor in nature, but they do represent changes from the version that you received last week and that was posted on the DOFA website. So we want to make sure that you have those. If you open the document, I'm not going to read through these. I just want to make sure that you have them for your reference. So minor changes to 5.3.2, section 6.2.1, and the 6.8.3, as well as the corresponding table in table 6-4. The page numbers that I included in the Word document are, they should correspond to the version of the document that you have. So if you flip to those pages, you should be able to see these sections. I did have one addition from this morning, and it was after I sent you this document. Hang on one second. So it is an additional change to section 5.3.2, which is a section that is called Reducing Predators at Facilities. It's also on page 47. So it's the same set of paragraphs that shows up as the very first change in the change document that I sent you, but it's a further change to that bottom paragraph. Oh, for top paragraph. The change is as follows. Participants shall comply with section 5.3.2 unless alternative methods are included in an approved PIP or in a plan separately approved by a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA. Lisa Bale, I know you're on mute right now, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to provide any additional information regarding that change.
Thank you. This is Lisa Bale for NCL, Princeville, Kaua'i Marriott, and A&B. We, in the course of discussing changes last week, realized that there was concern that the applicants intended not to comply with section 5.3.2 of the PIP. We do intend to comply. Each of us has submitted an application certifying that we will comply with the HCP. So I wanted to explain to you how that change came about and how the concern came about. We went through technical consultation on our PIPs, responding to public comments at the end of March. We had to turn in our revised PIPs on April 13th. And at that time, the language in 5.3.2 was not in the document. So we couldn't say we would comply with it because it wasn't there. We had understood the agencies would prepare guidance. So you'll see what I did in my PIPs for my clients was I put in a general statement for A&B and Kaua'i Marriott where this was an issue, saying that they will comply with section 5. The concern that's arisen is in our PIPs, we don't say we're going to do everything for predator control that's on that list in 5.3.2. And the reason for that is that language didn't exist when we submitted our PIPs. So that's why I believe the Fish and Wildlife Service is considering this additional change to the PIP itself, the KSHCP itself, that reaffirms that the applicants will comply with 5.3.2. There was uncertainty because that language didn't exist when we prepared our PIPs. It exists now. We've said since we signed our applications last summer that we will comply with the KSHCP. So I don't want it construed that there's an intent not to comply with predator control requirements. I'll stop there. I'm happy to answer questions, but I see also that Kavika had a question in the chat window for you, Michelle.
Oh gosh, I didn't see it. Hang on. Kavika, can you hear me?
Yep. So can you hear me?
I can.
All right. I am a bit confused about who wrote the things that you sent. Is that did Fish and Wildlife write that, or did one of the applicants write that, then you sent it to us?
So this is kind of the background history of the project, and you know a lot of this, Kavika. The HCP was initially written by DOFA as part of a non-traditional Section 6 grant that was given by the Fish and Wildlife Service. And so DOFA has been the primary author of the KSHCP from the get-go. That being said, the document has had significant investment from each of the applicants and all the people that you've got on the line today. And so there has been a lot of back and forth about the specific language that's in the document. For the last couple of weeks, I've been involved in trying to help work through the last changes of the document. So none of these are written by me, Michelle Bogardus. This is the discussion between the agencies and the applicants about the provisions that are written into the KSHCP, and I would call it a joint effort.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So as a process question, are the changes that you sent us this morning, are we to consider that a part of the official application or proposed amendments?
Kate or Dave, I don't know the official answer to that question. Or Linda.
Oh, go ahead, Kate.
This is Linda Chow. I think for purposes of a meeting, you should consider the list of amendments as part of the HCP that the ESRC is being asked to look at and make a recommendation on.
Thank you, Linda. So to clarify, should this come to a vote, we're looking at the thing Michelle sent this morning as a part of the entire package, not
Yes.
separate from. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think I'm good for now.
Go ahead, Melissa, if you have a question.
Thank you. So if I could just follow up on what I believe it is Lisa said. So 5.3.2 was added later. Just for clarity, so the PIPs still do plan on following the HCP under 5.3.2 or not? I wasn't super clear on that from what you said.
All of my clients will follow 5.3.2. The only exception is Norwegian Cruise Lines does not intend to implement predator control because it's a cruise ship and there are no feral animals on board.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess at this point, I'd like to open up if there's any opening comments from any of the applicants. And if not, then we'll just go into discussion with the committee.
I think Loyal had a question for us, Dave.
Okay.
So just a follow-up question on Michelle's last point that Lisa also provided us more information on. So, and it's a more of a bigger question on the PIPs and the HCP document in general. So if there is a conflict between what the PIP says is going to happen with, say, predator control or monitoring and the HCP, which takes precedent?
Can I speak to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
So that's the language that Michelle read at the outset of this discussion. The proposal would be to add a sentence to the KSHCP that says, and Michelle, okay, if I read this again, participants shall comply with section 5.3.2 unless alternative methods are included in an approved PIP or in a plan separately approved by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA.
So then the PIPs take priority.
Everybody has to comply with 5.3.2 unless there's an alternative predator control program approved as part of their PIP.
And that allows, this is Lisa Munger, and that allows the agencies to have taken into account applicant-specific considerations, since not every one of these 8 applicants has facilities that are the same. So there are some differences in how some issues are approached, and those are in the PIPs.
Loyal, for the, at least for the Fish and Wildlife Service permit, and I believe for the state license as well, the requirements of those will specifically state that they're beholden to the provisions of the KSHCP and the participant inclusion plans. If there's any difference between the two, those are supposed to be called out specifically within the PIPs and identified as a difference and the reason as to why there is a difference. So potentially if there was a difference and it was called out in the PIP as a difference, then the PIP would take precedence if it was different than the provisions specifically written in the KSHCP.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, just a real quick question on the review process. This is getting back to Kate's presentation. And I just want to clarify where ESRC comes into the process, the annual review process, assuming this is passed and so forth. You mentioned that reports on the permittees would be coming out annually in January, and then it goes into review by the agencies. Normally we do our ESRC reviews around that time of the year, so that obviously is going to shift that timetable a bit. I just wanted to see when you anticipate that discussion coming back to the ESRC for an annual review.
Kate, I think you're on mute. I think we might have lost Kate. Jim, my understanding is that the purpose for doing it during that time frame was to give adequate time for adaptive management in advance of the upcoming Seabird fallout season, so that there is time to review it, make adjustments as necessary, and actually deal with whatever kind of implementation plans need to get worked out prior to September 15th of the following season, which I think is to the benefit of the program and to all of us. It does shift our review schedule from what we typically do both on ESRC and with the agencies, but I think it is based on biological reasons to do so.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I just want to clarify that again, ESRC will be part of that process. When you state agencies, you mean also that includes ESRC?
That has been my assumption. David and Linda should probably speak to that.
Yeah, our assumption is that we'd bring it back to the ESRC for discussion on an annual basis.
I would note that one of the ESRC's primary duties is to conduct annual reviews of all approved HCPs.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Thank you. So just going back to the to making sure I understand when the PIP supersedes the HCP versus the HCP supersedes the PIP. If it's specifically called out as an exception, for example, the cruise ship issue completely makes sense to me. I get that. But in other cases, essentially, does adding that language mean that if something is explicitly addressed in the PIP, but in a way that is lesser to the requirements of the HCP, then the PIP supersedes the HCP because the PIP talked about it. And so if the PIP then has specific language about something, it supersedes the HCP? Or is it in cases where it's specifically called out as an exception because of circumstances where a requirement of the HCP doesn't make sense?
So I'm only going to answer this on the service side because I would prefer to defer to Linda on how she would read it for the DOFA process. But on the service side, we would say that even if a PIP is less than detailed than the measures that are outlined in 5.3.2, they are beholden to the KSHCP. The only exception as to when a PIP would potentially take precedence is if it's specifically called out as an exception to the provisions of 5.3.2, which is the case for NCL, where they say they are not implementing a predator control program because they are a cruise line and do not have predators on board.
Is that the only case? Is that the only PIP that does that right now?
To my knowledge, yes. For predator control, yes.
For anything else?
No, for searcher methodology and for minimization, all applicants are in slightly different spots, but they have all implemented the benchmark standards that are outlined in section 5.
Is that the way that the applicants are understanding that as well? Because to me, just the language that was added this morning sounds kind of generic. And the way it was explained a few minutes ago generically sounds like the PIP supersedes the HCP. So I understand that what you're saying that it's only in cases of special exemptions.
Well, it's only in the cases where yeah. So again, in my understanding, it's only when it's specifically called out as we are requesting something that is materially different than that which is described in section 5.3.2.
And I see that Lisa's unmuted. Was that with an intent to answer?
I'm happy to speak to your question, Melissa. Yes, everybody intends to comply with 5.3.2. The exception is NCL, as we talked about before. None of my clients, I believe, are in a position where they're proposing less predator control than what's required in 5.3.2, so I can't speak to that part. And again, the circumstance we were in a couple weeks ago when we had to turn in our PIPs was that 5.3.2 requirements had not been drafted. We knew that was forthcoming in guidance. So my client Princeville has a very different predator control plan. They've been working on it with Reg David for 10 years. It's very successful. A and B and Kaua'i Marriott are new to the game. So when we get to a point later today, when we're looking at those PIPs, you'll see I included a general statement that will comply with the requirements of predator control in Chapter 5. And I did that because we didn't have the new requirements in 5.3.2 yet. So yes, we do intend to comply with Chapter 5, and no, we're not proposing something less. There is one unique situation for A and B at one of their properties where we have an actively fed predator cat colony on the nearby property. And I suggest we talk about that unique situation when we get to that PIP at a later time today.
Thank you for the clarification.
And this is Ella Foley again on behalf of Department of Transportation. Just to add to that, my understanding when we went through all of this was that where there are particular areas of the KSHCP that may require, or the applicants may want to propose something different than the general provisions. In each one of those sections, the KSHCP says this is the requirement unless it's included in an approved PIP or in another approved document. So it's specifically the provisions where there may be changes and where this difference may come into play is called out both specifically in the KSHCP and in the individual PIP, which then has to be approved by the agencies before it could prevail over the general terms.
Thank you, Ellen. I appreciate that. I think as a committee that's responsible for looking across a lot of PIPs and a lot of reading, I don't want to see something buried in a PIP that I miss and that provides an exception that's of significance. And so that's my concern. I really appreciate you speaking to that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Loyal.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the A and B issue with the one cat colony as one of the places that's would probably be an exception. So Lisa already did that. My general concern with this is if the PIPs are less detailed and say their predator control plans or how they're going to do it, whether that means that de facto we're accepting a very vague predator control plan. And that's unclear to me with the discussion that we've had now. So that was my general question.
May I speak to that? Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
So on the PIPs, we do intend to comply with Chapter 5. And again, the new language in Chapter 5 was drafted after we prepared our PIPs. Happy to discuss any unique situations. I suggest we address those as we get to each PIP and we have information that we can provide. But the intent is that the applicants will comply with 5.3.2. It's not the intent, if there's something less than that, to not comply. It just means we didn't have the language in 5.3.2 when we were drafting our PIPs.
And I would just add, well, I think this is a first year issue. We're close to the season. We're going to be rolling out the predator controls in our annual reports. You will have greater detail on what the predator controls were. And then that will be, the concept is, as that will be the subject of discussions to see how things worked and how they could be improved. So I think to me, this is more of a, on that particular one, this is more of a first-year issue than a long-term issue.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we've been working on this, trying to get HCP for about 12 years now, and we have a really nice program put forward, the Kaua'i Seabird Preserve Management Plan. We got our mitigation monitoring. We have this a nice mitigation plan, and then we're going to have annual review of the project with adaptive management. So that's kind of where we're at. The county's in a crunch because they have funding that's going to lapse at the end of the fiscal year, which is the end of June. So that's one of the reasons that we called this special meeting, to try to get the thing staged up so that we could make sure we can utilize those funds for the mitigation project. So I think at this point, we can just open it up to committee members for discussion.
Would any of the committee members who have prepared comments like to start off? Go ahead, Loyal.
Oh, you're muted, Lo.
Well, I was talking to myself, so that was probably a good thing.
We're just practicing.
Yeah, well, no, I do need to practice, but it was more of an issue with my inability to see everybody. So Loyal Merhoff, ESRC member. So I have several concerns with the HCP. And I'm going to go through those. So the first one is in the calculations on, or I shouldn't say the calculations, on how the SOS program birds are credited with respect to offsetting take. And I know that's been contentious for a decade, at least. But in the HCP, it talks about a 100% survival of the SOS birds. And therefore there's credit for all the birds that get released through the SOS program as being fully functional, et cetera. I expressed some concern over how that was actually calculated back in October. I did not have the actual original research reports to look at that, so I have those now. I got them on Friday and I've gone through those, and I have some concerns. When I look at the 2018 report that RAIN did, and I go through and look at the data in there, it looks like that it is not possible to say that the SOS birds have 100% survival compared to the released or the wild birds, the wild juveniles. So that is a problem from my perspective, and I think we need to figure out how we're going to deal with that. Because if you look at the transmission periods for the different birds, SOS versus wild, they're similar after 2 weeks of release. They are dissimilar after 3 weeks after release. And if you look at over the course of the entire study, they are also different, statistically different, with the SOS birds surviving at about a 50% rate compared to the wild birds. And I know that there's issues with this particular, these set of studies. These studies were done, however, to actually address this issue for this HCP. So they should be discussed in more detail and a better understanding of why the HCP thinks 100% is an appropriate amount of survival for the released SOS birds, because it does not appear to be that case from this particular paper. And I will note that in the comments submitted by one of the members of the public, they also thought that there was an issue with this justification of 100% survival of the SOS birds, and they did not think it was appropriate. And that commenter was Dr. Rain. So that is an issue that I want to bring up to the ESRC. And I honestly think that unless we get a more accurate number from the folks who actually did the study, that it's something other than 50% survival rate, we should switch over in the HCP to a 50% survival rate for the SOS released birds. So that's my first comment. I will stop at that one. And I have, I think, 2 more, 3 more, but I can do that one if people have questions first. What would you prefer to do, Dave?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and address that? I got some comments on that. One of the applicants or reps want to comment, like maybe Reggie, who has a bunch of experience with SOS, or anybody that feels they want to comment on that.
So I also had shared some concerns about this, particularly because I had been involved in the project at the time that Andre had done the first year of that SOS study. I can't remember the year of it. And there's 3 years of the work that was done. The first year doesn't have a comparison group. So the birds that were tagged coming out of SOS didn't have a corresponding group of birds that came from a colony to compare against. The following 2 years are the details that Loyal is talking through. My understanding is that those are both really small sample sizes. I think that they are valuable studies, and we learned a lot by doing it, in particular the methodology that would be necessary in order to track birds long term, because honestly that had never been worked out prior to the study being conducted. Additionally, just trying to figure out how to put a tag on a deep diving seabird is not exactly easy. So figuring out the logistics necessary to be able to do that is complicated at best. So those first 2 years, the 2 years of the study that have data that's comparable between the birds that are leaving wild burrows versus the birds that are leaving the SOS program are really important studies that we should be considering. That being said, I think we have to be careful about the results on that. They are small sample sizes. There are a lot of variation in what birds can experience following release. The survivorship of fledglings is inherently limited post-release. So I think that, I don't know, I've talked to a bunch of different experts about these. I sat down with a couple of folks late last night trying to figure some of this out as well. I think that they're valuable studies, but I think obviously we all know that more information is needed to really try and get a better sense of what that survivorship would look long-term, of the difference of the SOS birds versus that of wild birds that are leaving their burrow without light attraction impacts. I do want to call your attention to a provision in the document that addresses this specifically in case you haven't seen it. So if you go to the KSHCP, it's in changed circumstances. Let me see if I can find the right section. Sorry, I had it flagged, but then I moved my page.
It's page 81.
Thanks, Kavika. Hang on, just scrolling to it really quickly. So it's, for those of you that are looking at the document, I think in your version, it's page 81, as Kavika said, it's section 6.11.8, changes in survival of birds rehabilitated and released. And it talks about several provisions that potentially could occur under the life of the permit term. The first one, of course, is if the SOS program is no longer available for whatever reason, what would happen for the applicants and for the birds. And then the second one down there says planned response based on changes in survival. So if the survival rate changes based on better information, as in if we get additional information that clarifies what that difference in survivorship is between the birds that are released through SOS versus wild birds that have no light detection impacts. And there's a couple different iterations of that in that paragraph as well. It describes specifically what the program would do in response to that. So for those of you who hadn't seen this language, I just want to make sure that you knew that it was in the document, and the program does anticipate the possibility of this occurring over the life of the permit term. If the change, so if it did end up with a situation where the survivorship of SOS birds was substantially different than that of wild birds, then it would indeed change the take calculations under the program. And if the KSHCP as currently written wasn't able to accommodate that shift in take, then it would require a major amendment. The major amendment process is complicated, but in the point for KSHCP, it's somewhat streamlined, as long as the total take doesn't exceed that maximum capacity of the mitigation site. And so some things would not have to go back out again for public review, while some things would. I don't know if that helps at all, but.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I had a comment too. Over the years, I've worked quite a bit with shearwaters generally and fledgling birds, and I've seen this. We've worked over here quite a bit on Oahu with Sea Life Park, and worked with them real closely on care and banding and releasing birds and looking for returns and that kind of thing. We didn't do any. At the time, we didn't have the ability to put data logger tags on them or anything, but I've always heard about this thing about how maybe down birds have a lower survival, and that may well be true, but I also wonder about some confounding factors in that data. Like I've always wondered about fitness, like the fitness of birds that end up being downed, and I've worked a lot with fledgling shearwaters and notice a dramatic difference in the condition of the birds when they actually take flight. And one of the things I always say is some of these birds have no business being in the air. I mean, they're small, they're not very strong, they have lots of down, which is a really aerodynamic liability. And also if they go into the water with a lot of down, they tend to get waterlogged faster. So, it just varies quite a bit. And I just wonder if, the birds that are going into an SOS facility are inherently less fit. And I'm not sure the studies really reflect or not. There is that sort of inference, but I'm just wondering if there might be some other confounding factors like inherent fitness. And then I also look at the duration, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, longer term, and wonder, were there other things going on in that period of time? So there's a lot that goes on with these birds once they get out to sea. And essentially the parents just abandon them, and eventually they fly out to sea and they figure it out. And they're obviously hardwired to be able to do that. But I wonder about birds that go down and whether there's a difference between those birds and birds that successfully navigate their way out to sea without without problems, or if there might be some sort of other underlying issues that cause birds to end up as fallout birds. So.
Go ahead, Kavika.
Thanks. So as ESRC, we're supposed to be taking into account all available science. I do feel it's important to say that I have the utmost respect for Dr. Rain, and he's a good scientist. So any studies he produces, I think we should take seriously. So we do have scientific evidence of there being less than 100% survivorship with SOS birds. We should take that into account. Do we have any science claiming otherwise? Do we have any science supporting the notion of 100%? I think that the issues Dave just brought up further undermine the assumption that you're going to have 100% survivorship.
Well, it's relative to relative to a control population, right?
Right, Kavika, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, it's not 100% survivorship coming out of SOS. It's anticipated to have, those birds are anticipated to have the same survivorship as those birds that would have left a burrow without any light attraction fallout. So no one's anticipating that 100% of those birds survive. It's just that the program right now anticipates that the survivorship between those two groups of birds is similar.
Thank you for clarifying that. Do we have any science supporting the notion that they are the same? We have science that's contrary to that.
So the numbers I gave you were the ones that were the differential rate between the two groups. So they were not just assuming 100%. It was compared to the wild control releases, or the wild birds. So that was already taken into account. So if they both had, 75% survivorship or transmission times, then that would be, I would say, 100%. So they were equal in numbers, and that you should be considering the release of an SOS bird as being equal to a wild release or a wild fledged bird from a burrow. But that's not the case according to this particular report. It showed that there was a difference, that the wild birds were transmitting longer, kind of as I laid out earlier. So you're right, that should be involved. The proper thing is that differential survivorship rate.
So I'm hearing nothing about science supporting the same survivorship. Is that correct? Nobody has that study?
So, Kavika, I'd have to go back and look at it. I know that there was one for a different seabird species somewhere in Europe that did look at what they called post-release crippling rate. And for something else, I don't have the data in front of me. I can try and look it up. They were not able to do it long-term, again, because of inherent complications of tracking seabirds long-term. And yeah, I can't remember I'll have to go back and look at it. For newels, there is no other data. And the reason being, of course, that this was the first time they had ever gotten to the point where they could figure out how to tag a newels, because you have to be able to get the right tag that can go down to that depth without losing the tag capabilities. So this is it for newels. That doesn't mean that it can't be replicated with larger sample sizes going into the future and with additional capacity, but Andre was the first to be able to, and Reggie was significantly involved in the development of that too, so maybe he can speak to the development of those studies, but that's all we've got for newels because they're such deep divers, and we did not have the tag ability to be able to do this other than the 3 studies the 3 years of the study that Andre completed.
Okay, so this is the only study we got. Seems that we're legally compelled to take it into account. We can't just disregard it because it's a small sample size and there's only 1 study.
Well, you can question it. I mean, I would question the study design. And I mean, I have the greatest respect for Andre. He does great work, but there's just a lot of things with the study design. I have questions about the equipment used and its functionality and whether there's any variability there. So, you know, I mean, it's interesting, but I wouldn't call it a definitive. In my mind, it's not definitive.
So
Is there a copy of that report that's been sent out?
Was it one of the ones in the big monster 158-page testimony document?
Okay, so the report is in that.
I was assuming. I didn't actually see it.
No, the report's not. I can send it to you. In the comments, he mentions that there is an in-prep publication, right? That will address that, but the actual report is not, but I can send it to you. I just got it Friday.
Okay, because Dave is speaking about questioning the study design. If this is the only study out there and we have a person on the committee questioning the design, but no one else has seen the report, then we can't discuss that with any intelligence. So it'd be nice if we all had a copy of that report. And I also just wanted to ask Michelle, as far as the deep diving aspect and GPS units and stuff, I mean, it seems like every bird receives a band. That it shouldn't matter how deep diving they are, whether they receive a band or not. And the recovery rate of, did they return to a nesting colony in the same rate? Am I missing something?
We have the ability to find a bird that returns is really, really limited. I don't actually know what the total number is. SOS could tell us. I think that there is a tracker of the birds that have been found that have SOS bands. So every bird that goes through SOS gets banned.
Mm-hmm.
There is a number of birds that have been found in colonies by Andre or Nick that had SOS bands, which indicates that they obviously went through the SOS program and returned to breed. But there's no way to track what that rate is relative to the birds that didn't have light attraction take, because not all the birds in the colony are banded.
Right, and without pre-fledging banding efforts, you can't get those rates, which is, sounds important to include as part of the monitoring effort, if this is a question.
And that's been a thing because, you know, with wedgies, obviously that is a goal to try and get a bunch of wedgies banded so that you can track them long term.
Mm-hmm.
But renewals, because the habitat is so sensitive and into those burrows, when the burrows themselves are really sensitive,
mm-hmm.
there has not been a huge push to try and get a band on every chick because we're worried about impacts to the habitat and to the species themselves by doing that kind of effort. Not the least of which is that half of them are on a cliff.
Right. So, yeah, I'm just surprised. I don't know. I'll do a quick search. It seems like there should be some sort of studies that did a pre-fledging banding effort and compared recovery rates between birds that fledged without and getting downed and birds that did get downed and rescued and released. So I'll see.
I can text Andre real quick and see if there's any information related to that. But in any case, I think that the sample sizes on anything along those lines are so small that it's really hard to make any significant conclusions there either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you.
Whenever we did hear reports of a bird being found in a colony that had an SOS band, we would do a jig around the office. That's how infrequent it occurs.
I understand. We banded 1,100 wedge-shelled shearwaters and got 6 recoveries from the downed birds. And and now we're starting to get second-year downed birds. So I hear you. Very small numbers.
I'll see what I can find out in the meantime, though.
Okey-doke. Any other discussion on that subject? Okay, Lola, you want to go on with your comments?
Sure. I just sent that reference to everybody.
Can I ask my question? Was that a published study or what was that?
It's a report.
Okay.
And sorry, let me pull it back up again.
And it talked about percentages, and I was wondering, I mean, is there confidence? Is there any statistical work done on it?
There is statistical work on that, and it is a report, not a journal publication. I assume that's what he's working on with the IMPREP document that he discussed in his comments.
Okay.
But no, the report does do statistics. It provides, it's well written, nice report.
Yeah, as I would expect.
Yeah, right. And so, I mean, this is the downside of the COVID Zoom stuff, because I think normally we would have some people like Andre that would be in the audience that we could actually hash that out right now with, and we can't do that obviously with the system that we have now. So yes, I will move on.
I'm just going to interject here, just for the public or anybody watching on the YouTube. I'm in the process right now of just posting some of the things we were referring to in the meeting, the changes to the HCP and the Seabird report, so that you can follow along. So just bear with me. I'll push out an email here in a second when it's posted.
Thank you.
All right. Gosh, let's hit one that's pretty straightforward and easy. In the HCP, it does talk about predator control staff, and we talked a little bit about that, but I do think in the HCP that's should be relatively non-negotiable with respect to the PIPs getting an exemption is that predators removed as part of these programs should not be re-released or released into the wild. And make that sure that's not negotiable. I think that was the intent, but I think that needs to be more clearly stated in it. I'll go on to another one, and that is the
Loyal, before you move on.
Yeah, sure.
That one might be one that is worth just discussing, and I think potentially we can resolve it with language shifts.
Sure.
Applicants that are on the phone, do you see the section to which Loyal is referring to? We're in section 5.3.2 again, and it is in that list of 5 benchmarks where it's talking about, and this is the revision that was made relatively recently within the last couple of weeks, where we removed mention of a specific location to take feral animals and talks more generally about the benchmark standards for predator removal as part of that section. And the end part of that statement, as it's worded right now, says not return to the covered property. What Loyal, I don't know if you want to state your comment again, or if you want me to recap.
I was just going to say, it should not go back to the PIP property, but it shouldn't go anywhere else in Hawaii.
This is Lisa Bale. May I speak to this topic?
Please, Lisa.
So first of all, the specific language in 5.3.2 that permittees shall not return feral animals to KSHCP covered properties, even if neutered, was given to us, and we do not object to it. Somebody drafted it and asked us if we would agree, and we agree. We do have problems with animals returning to our property. So specifically, one of my clients, and we talked about this last October 23rd, has a fed cat colony nearby. It already, even before it's required to do so under this permit, is already trapping and bringing animals to the Humane Society until that possibility stopped last month. But my understanding from Suzanne Case's comments at the ESRC meeting on October 23rd is that there is a requirement when you bring a chipped feral animal that's part of a known colony to the Humane Society. I don't know what it is, but she told us there's something that requires it to be returned to that colony. So we cannot control what happens to the animals. We can dutifully say we will humanely remove them. There's definitely no desire to bring them back because that just means we have to trap them again. And pretty soon we're going to have cats that, that gray cat, we've spent $3,000 trying to catch it and it keeps getting returned. At the same time, I believe there is a requirement that, chipped animals be returned to their colonies. And I can't change that. I don't know what causes that requirement. And I'm only aware of it because of Suzanne Case's comments last October 23rd. I'm hoping there's somebody on the call that does know more about it and can speak to it, but it's definitely not our desire to have these animals come back to our properties because it just means an increased cost to continue trapping them.
As I recall, the context of Suzanne's comment during the last ESRC meeting was that that was a requirement of the Humane Society. So if the Humane Society was the one who went out and chipped the cat and then the cat got trapped and turned into them, they would return it back to the colony because their information database would indicate what colony it came from. I think if the cats are not taken to the Humane Society, then there is no such policy for any other agency or entity to return it back to the colony it came from.
Yeah, I think some of this goes to just the sensitivity of predator control generally, and trying to work through the issue without creating unnecessary conflict.
I'm just wondering if a simple language change and would fix the entire issue. And Lisa, I agree. I can't remember exactly where this draft language came from, but it didn't actually come from the applicant. And I think that the intent of the statement was indeed what Loyal meant here. And I'm looking at the language, potentially the issue is clarified by saying permittees shall not release feral animals even if neutered, and leave it at that.
Go ahead, Gordon.
Yes, thank you. We have done some cat trapping studies in the past, and what I've learned from both Steve Hess and Paul Banco is that, not surprising to any of you that own cats, they're actually pretty clever. And you can catch a cat once, but catching the same cat twice is a more difficult proposition. So I just think that's something to consider is once you catch a once you catch a cat, you probably should do something fairly terminal with it unless you expect it to be roaming free because it's not going to be real willing to go into that trap again.
Trap shy.
Yeah, and they're hard to catch. Some cats can be really shy in certain types of traps anyway. So yeah, it's difficult, and we certainly don't want to see these cats getting recycled back into the wild. There's no question that DOFA does not support having free roaming cats on the landscape. And we would like to make sure that we don't do anything to continue that process.
So Michelle, I'm okay with a good with a word change, if you want to do that.
I guess my question would be to the applicants is whether or not that word change sufficiently clarifies the issue, which I think was the intent of the language to begin with.
This is Ella Fulligan for HDOT. I was going to suggest the same change. I think that that's consistent as long as it's clear that it's a restriction on the participants on what they can do. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask another cat question? And I think we had someone on from the county, but as I understand it, perhaps the Humane Society's policies have changed since we last met. I'm not sure. And would like clarification on that. And secondly, being careful of the word feral, because I'm assuming a feral cat is an unchipped cat. And if a chipped cat and could be euthanized immediately versus a chipped cat that's coming in. And just the clarification, because I think, as I understand it, the cat supporters on Kaua'i have very strong feelings. And is there any need to clarify that in the document?
This is Lisa Munger. I just want to be sure I have an understanding of what it is we're being asked to do. And I right now don't have an understanding of what we're being asked to do.
I think we just want to make sure, I think the request is, we have a little more clarification that animals removed won't be returned to the wild. I think that whatever program is put in place, that's the case.
And I think the proposal that was on the table right now was that under the number 3 that was added under 5.3.2, the language which currently reads, permittee shall not return feral animals to KSHCP covered properties, even if neutered, would now say, permittee shall not return feral animals to the wild, or shall not release animals, feral animals, period.
I do it for you, Will?
So by that, and then so feral is the key qualifier, then feral, or are we dispatching chipped animals?
That kind of was the line of my question, is wondering if there's been a policy change on Kaua'i and if there was a change. I was kind of asking that question, if anybody knows.
I don't know, but I don't think any of the cats you catch should be released. Now, if you give them to the Humane Society and they release them, then I think that's a question for maybe outside the scope of this particular HCP to get that addressed.
Yeah, maybe a legal issue.
But, but say turning over cats you catch to the cat colony person adjacent to one of your properties, Lisa, would not seem to be appropriate.
No, nor is that the plan.
Right, I understand. But
Yeah.
just make it clear, that this is what the expectations are.
And I know, Gord, I welcome Gordon's experience that cats are difficult to trap a second time, but we do have some stupid cats too that have been caught, the same cat, multiple times, and we're not reluctant to continue trapping that same cat just to have somebody bring it back again. I think there are some other issues here that I need to resolve. If we do have a chipped cat, is this change meaning that we have to take care of that cat for the rest of its life? I don't think that's a burden that these applicants should have to bear to take care of a chipped animal if it can't be turned in somewhere. And I know there was a recent headline in the paper on Kaua'i that Humane Society is no longer accepting trapped cats specifically. So you know, that the applicants will need to find somewhere else to bring these animals. But again, I don't know that it's within our power to solve that. I just want to be sure we're not taking on an obligation to provide lifetime care for a chipped cat that's trapped.
I think my point would be that the permittees, whether feral or chipped, shouldn't be sending these cats back to the wild. So I just want to be sure that any cat that's trapped, whether
Not released.
is not released. So because right now the language says feral, and is a chipped cat a feral cat?
So Lisa, would the revision in your mind more appropriately say any predator trapped under the use of this protocol would not be released?
Yeah.
And I think we should say predator, not just cats.
Yeah, I would agree with the word predator.
Go ahead, Reggie.
I think that the language that was just proposed is the correct language. The Kauai Humane Society is not accepting cats for euthanasia. So I would take the term feral out, and essentially any predator should be removed from the property and not returned.
Reggie, are you okay with not released?
Yes.
I don't, well, what happens if we trap a cat that's somebody's pet inadvertently? I think that's likely to happen, but we wouldn't be able to release it to the owner then? I don't think any of us would want to do that.
I'd say released into the outdoors.
Into the wild.
If you're releasing it to somebody's house, that's different. Giving it to them, giving it back to them. And clearly that's what you probably would want to do.
I think returning a pet is not releasing a predator.
Not releasing to custody of an owner. And what is the obligation with, Lisa, when you were differentiating feral cats and chipped animals, is there an obligation to, if an animal is chipped, is there a different obligation regarding a chipped animal?
I would have to defer to, you know, the policies on Kauai County based on I believe the county has a contract with the Humane Society, but I mean, I don't even know how you would differentiate and know that an animal is chipped. If you've caught a predator, it cannot be released back on the property.
Or anywhere.
Yeah, well, trust me, we don't want to release them on our property because it just means more work for us and more detriment to us. So it's not in our incentive to do that. I just want to be sure if we are obligated to not release predators, that we're not taking on a lifetime obligation to care for that animal. And as I sit here now, I don't know the answer to that question.
I'm gonna interject here just for a moment. We've invited Andre Rain, and he's just joined the call from. If anybody, just has a short window to speak today, which is why he wasn't able to join the Zoom before now. If anybody has any questions for Andre, now's your chance before he pops off again. So sorry to derail that conversation, but we can come back to it.
Morning, everyone.
All right, Andre, go loyal. Let's make it fast.
Yep.
Okay, so Andre, we were discussing some of your work on the tracking of SOS birds versus the wild fledglings. And so I kind of opened up a can of worms, and hopefully you can give us guidance since you know this better than I do. My concern was that when we give 100% credit for released SOS birds, as far as survival, that is not necessarily correct when I look at your data on one of your studies, the 2018 study. And it looked like your differential rate was about 50% lower for the SOS released birds versus the wild birds. I'm just making this really short, and just to set up for you to give us your ideas on what sort of credit or for the release of the SOS birds, which is important. We know there's some good survivor, but it's not 100% compared to the wild birds. What do you think that is?
Yeah, so just to give everyone some background, so what we did, sorry, my cat is trying to climb onto my keyboard. My apologies, everyone. Indoor cat. Indoor cat.
We were just talking about cats.
Yeah, sorry. She keeps on doing things like that. Anyway, yeah, so we over the years have looked into this this question of you know, what happens when a bird is released from SOS. And because there has been the suggestion that SOS birds don't survive at all because of ring recoveries, which was not a good way of assessing the effectiveness of SOS. So what we did was we satellite tagged a series of birds from SOS and some wild fledglings, and then compared the different groups. And within SOS, it's also important to differentiate that there's different groups of birds. So for those of you who are familiar with the SOS program, they release a whole group of birds as same-day release birds. And then they take some birds in that are only kept in rehab for 1 day. And then there's another group of birds which they keep in for 2 or more days. And so we tracked the birds from those different groups over time to see if there was any difference between the different groups. The good news is that SOS birds certainly survive when they're released. And a group of those birds will head, like all the other wild birds, to this area, which is about 2,500 kilometers to southwest of Kaua'i, which is their first staging ground. But what we also found was that there's definitely an impact to the SOS birds in that, for example, what we did was we considered what percentage of birds were still transmitting after 21 days as a period of time where we figured, you know, any impact to survival might occur within that 21-day 3-week period. And 28.9% of the SOS birds that were tracked were still transmitting by that point. Whereas 50% of the wild birds were still transmitting by that point. So there's definitely a differential there between the birds that have gone through the SOS process and the birds that haven't been grounded by light attraction. And then when we looked into it a bit more closely, it seemed that within the actual groupings of the SOS birds, there's different groups have different survival rates. So within that same period of time, the same day release birds, only 29.4% of them were transmitting, but 50% of the 1-day birds were transmitting. And then when you look at the birds that have been in rehab for longer, which is 2+ days, only 9% of them are still transmitting. So it seems what's happening is that birds that go through a longer period of rehab have a lower survival rate overall than anybody else. And that kind of makes sense because if you think about it, these are birds which SOS have assessed, have said that there's something wrong with them and they need some time for rehabilitation. So already they're in some way compromised. And then within that also then, you know, while they're within rehab, there's all the issues of being in contact with people, being fed food that they're not normally fed, and so on and so forth. So there's definitely an impact with SOS going through rehabilitation and being grounded in the first place. But some of those birds certainly survive. So I would say, you know, any suggestion that it's 100% survival rate, like when you release a SOS bird, that's not true. But SOS is certainly a valuable component of the HCP process.
Thank you. Other people should ask questions.
Yeah, Andre, I just wanted to ask, so was there any way to control, like, you know, I've done a bunch of work with fledgling shearwaters, and it's my observation that, you know, when, by the time they get airborne, there's a dramatic difference in the fitness of those birds. I'm wondering if there was any way to control for one of my theories is that some of these birds that end up downed are just inherently less fit than some of the birds that just are able to fly straight out to sea.
Well, I think if you look at the fallout patterns through SOS, you know, they're very clearly clustered around lights. So, you know, it's not that, I mean, certainly some birds that fledge, I mean, you can't assume that all birds that fledge are going to be 100% fine. And there have been some studies in other parts of the world where a proportion of those birds are found dead at sea fairly early on, particularly Reunion has had an issue with that. But when you look at the fallout patterns, it's not like those birds spread uniformly across the landscape. They're all, you know, in areas where there's light attraction, which is why we have this HCP in the first place. So I think, you know, you've got to assume that X proportion of birds that are fledging are going to have some sort of natural issue. Maybe they weren't, maybe one of the adults died from a power line collision and it wasn't fed properly, or maybe there was an issue at sea with some of the feeding, or maybe they're just young parents and so on. So there's going to be a group of birds that aren't particularly fit, but that's going to be spread, I think, across the whole group. You know, like a bird that fledges from the mountains, regardless of whether or not it's going to end up attracted to light, there's going to be a proportion of them that have an issue and then the rest of them don't. I don't know, I can't think of why birds that are less fit would be attracted to light more than others, because light attraction is a sort of thing on its own, right? It's that whole, and the question is, why do they get attracted? And there's a whole range of theories as to why that is, but a lot of it's due, you know, the potential of navigation through moon and stars, that kind of thing, and that they just get attracted like moths do in the end of the day.
Hey, Andre, I've read the studies, but it's been a while, and I remember being there with you for the first round of this. And at the time we had a bunch of conversations about the tag placement and the tag methodology, and worrying about whether or not those birds that were released were having post-release mortality, potentially due to, you know, it was all new and experimental for that first group, but then it was refined again in the second and third years of the study. Can you talk a little bit about the tag methodology and whether or not you think that contributed at all in any way, shape, or form to post-release survivorship of the birds?
Yeah, certainly. So tag effect is an issue that one always has to pay attention with in tracking studies. And there have been studies that have shown for some species that there is a tag effect, that putting a tracking device on a bird will have an impact on its survival rate. So you've got to take that in mind when you do studies like this. And one of the first things that you do is look at the bird and its dynamics and its foraging behavior, and think about where best to place the tags that you're going to have the least impact on its foraging and flight. So we used a methodology which has been used by USGS, as well as a whole range of other organizations, which is placing the tag on the back, which is going to have the least impact on balance and foraging. And then we use the lowest weight tags that were available based on technology. And there's an issue here in that these birds dive to up to 50 meters. So you have to pot the tags to make sure that they withstand the depth pressure. And so that increases the weight a little bit. But there's a sort of magic number that people use, which is that the tag has to be at least below 5% of body weight, or preferably 3.5% below, 3% below body weight. And our tag versus body weight ratio was around the 3 to 3.5%. So placement I thought was really good. And the percentage of the tag by body weight was well within the limits of what is considered to be acceptable and has the least impact on the birds. And then we sutured the tags onto the back of the bird with 4 sterile sutures. And the idea behind that is that there's a range of different ways you can tag these birds. You can use tape, which doesn't last a long time. You can use harnesses, which last a very long time, but you're basically condemning the bird to carrying that forever. Or use something like a suture, which is going to last, you know, for around up to 3 months before eventually the sutures snap and the tag falls off. So we chose that because we didn't want the birds carrying them forever. And on top of that, so placement was good, body weight percentage was good. And then we tagged as controls some adult birds. Because one of the things is once the tag stops transmitting, you can use a whole bunch of different ways of understanding what happens to the bird, but you don't know whether the bird is still alive afterwards. And particularly with fledglings, they might not come back for 4 or 5 years. And when they come back, good luck trying to find the burrow that they have created, because it's going to be in the middle of a dense aluhe patch. So we tagged some adults as well. We tagged 4 adults with the same methodology and tracked them over time. And once their tags stopped transmitting, we then went and looked at the burrows the next year to see if the birds were still alive. And lo and behold, all 4 of them, they stopped transmitting, tag obviously fell off, and then the next year they were back and they fledged their chicks successfully that year as well. So no impact on the adults. And lastly, if you look at all the tracks that the birds were doing, they all started traveling this 2,500 kilometers to the southwest. So if the tags had had a major impact on their flight behavior or foraging, there's no way that they would have been able to carry out a 2-week, 2,500 kilometer journey to the southwest and still be functioning. So I think, you know, yes, there's always an effect when you carry out scientific research on birds using tracking technology. I mean, you are attaching something to them, which they don't normally have. But we covered, I feel, all of the bases in terms of making sure that what we were doing wasn't having a major impact on them, that it wasn't altering their behavior in any substantial way, and that certainly the control birds, the ones that we were able to actually focus on and confirm that they'd survive the next year, they were 100% survival rate.
Andre, in regards to Dave's question earlier, to follow up on that, was there a difference in the mass of the individuals that were wild caught as opposed to those from SOS, either in this study or in your previous experience, which would maybe speak to lower health in followed individuals than in wild caught individuals?
Mass is a hard one because, you know, the birds are burning up a lot of energy as they're flying around and around and around. And then you don't actually know how long they've been on the ground when they're found. You know, one of the things, and this speaks to searcher efficiency, when a bird is grounded, its immediate reaction after being absolutely startled as to why it's come from the mountains and is standing in front of a building with a light on it, is to hide. And so, you know, we've certainly seen birds that have every indication that they've spent a couple days underneath a culvert or under a building and have only been found after the fact. So looking at mass and comparing between the two is a really, I think it's misleading because you don't really know what happens to that bird beforehand. One thing we did do though was we compared within the SOS group, we compared the duration of tag, the duration that the tags were transmitting for with the mass versus body weight ratio of all the SOS birds that are being released. And there was no, like literally a zero correlation between those two things in terms of tag duration, transmission, and mass versus body weight for SOS only.
How about wing chord? Because that wouldn't change depending on how long they were on the ground, but it should speak to, I mean, yeah, it could potentially speak to health at fledging or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, the ratio is mass versus wing chord. Because, you know, the wing chord, you could have a bird with smaller wings, which is a heavier bird, or a bird with longer wings, which is a lighter bird. So we looked at the mass divided by a wing chord rather than wing chord only. I think, you know, also you got to think about these birds, they're all growing their feathers at the same time too. So you may have a bird that has a smaller wing chord, but is still in the final process of finishing up growing out a pin for when it fledges. So I think that, again, there's a potential issue there with trying to compare the two. We're not entirely sure whether the bird's finished growing or not.
I guess I'm just looking for, is there any independent measure that you wouldn't expect to change once it was on the ground that could be used to compare the health of the followed individuals with the health of those individuals at the source colony or a potential source colony, barring having banded all of the individuals prior to fledging?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it comes back to just not knowing what's happened to the bird when it got grounded. You know, you'd need to, I think really the best thing, maybe, and I'm thinking on the fly here, and also forgive me because I didn't think I was gonna be talking to you guys at all. So I'm like, my mind has been somewhere else. But I think what you need to do is try to get a huge sample size of fledglings in somewhere like Upper Limahuli, where we have a whole load of burrows, and look to see whether within, let's say, 50 birds, is there, what difference is there within weight? What difference is there within wing chord? What difference is there within weight to wing chord? Because then you're looking at the source, right? It's no good trying to look at them after the fact, because like I said, you don't know what's happened to them in that period of time. They could have spent 4 hours circling a light and then 2 days underneath a building. You know, you just don't know. But having that larger sample size in the mountains where you're basically randomly sampling across the whole group and seeing, are there, you know, how much variation is there within those birds? And certainly, you know, I think about like one bird in particular, which we actually translocated one year, and it was getting ready for to fledge. And when I extracted it, I was aware of something like gooey in the burrow as I was pulling it out. And it turned out that that bird was sitting on the rotting remain of one of the adults. So, you know, who knows how that bird died, the adult died, but that bird was severely compromised. So obviously there are compromised birds out there, but there are compromised birds within any population. And I think the only way to come to the sort of thing that you and Dave are getting at is like, you would need to sample those birds into the wild and look for variation.
So in the interest of moving our conversation forward for what we've got to make decisions on today, my question is whether as a part of adaptive management, Michelle, would it be possible to make sure we're monitoring the birds at the mitigation site and doing comparisons of the birds that are collected for fallout by SOS with those that are in the mitigation site, so that we can answer this question and see whether those numbers are correct or not?
Oh gosh, that's a big question, because we would need Lindsay on the phone to even talk about whether or not it's anticipated that you're going to get your hands on chicks from the mitigation site. Yeah, I don't know if that's something that we can actually fully flesh out on a call like this today, because I think there's a lot of different components of that one. Certainly every bird that leaves the SOS program has, I don't know if Reggie's on the phone, but Andre, you might know it too. Certainly there's a weight and a body condition taken for every bird that's released, and every bird is banded, regardless of whether or not it receives fluids or has any additional measures, and regardless of whether or not it actually comes back to the SOS facility or is released immediately. Is that correct?
Yeah, and Michelle,
Yeah.
something I'd like to just add there actually is that, our study that we did, they were only birds that were considered to be non-marginal releases from SOS.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't know if Reggie's on there, he might be able to add to this, but there's certainly a proportion of birds that are released from SOS that are considered marginal. And our study did not consider those birds because we figured they were already, compromised, and it just adding additional weight to them was not ethical. But we made it very clear in our analysis that what we're doing is it's only a consideration of the birds which are considered good release birds. And SOS does have a very clear way of identifying what those are through a whole range of parameters.
Got it. Really quickly before we move on, Andre, I do have one follow-up question for you, which is that, do you have any plans to do an update of this study in the future?
So the study took a long time because the tags are really expensive, and very thankful to our funders, particularly came through St. Regis. So and some funding in the first year AUC. So very thankful to our funders for allowing us to do the study in the first place. But the tags are really expensive, and to do any sort of follow-up, I would suggest a much larger study which considers pretty much all the birds in 2 years and has a much larger fledgling cohort. And that's a huge amount of money. So I don't know, to me, like, we've kind of answered the question that there's certainly a survival impact. On the flip side, we've also answered the question that SOS is a very important component of this, because there was a lot of question about whether or not SOS birds survived at all. And the answer is yeah, they certainly do, just with a reduced survival chance. Now what we're looking at is birds that hit power lines, adult birds that hit power lines. So we're moving on to that now. We're actually, this is again through St. Regis and administered by ABC and Earth Justice, like a lot of the previous tagging work we did. We'll be looking at the survival rate of birds that come in, the adult birds that collide with power lines and have injuries. What survival rate do they have? What survival chances do they have when they're released? We have a bunch of tags available for them this year, and we did a smaller cohort last year too. But unless there's a large amount of funding available for us to continue the fledgling work, I would say that what we have now is what's available. The paper itself has been submitted to Endangered Species Research for publication, but I could probably send it to the ESRC committee as long as it doesn't go further than that, just because it's in a state of review at the moment.
Andre, do you have a time frame of estimation of the review process from the journal?
They tend to operate pretty quick. They were saying originally it would be like their turnaround's like 3 weeks, but with COVID, who knows what that's gonna do. We got feedback originally, and we've since revised it and sent a resubmission in. So hopefully it'll be a quicker turnaround this time. But I can let you all know as soon as it's available.
So Andre, since we're dealing with numbers and trying to move somewhat quickly on that, obviously I'd like to have your in prep or submitted publication. But if we end up not able to wait for that to use, my thought was to use your data on the total length of time or the average length of time of each of the groups, which you found when you pooled the SOS birds compared to the wild birds, that it was statistically significant. And it was like 42 days versus 20 days, which is about a 50% differential in implied survival rate. Is that inappropriate?
You know, I don't know whether I would say it's appropriate or inappropriate. I think, you know, you've got to look at what data is available and make your collective decisions on what you should or shouldn't do. But I would say that things that you could consider is, for example, that 21-day point. If SOS birds are 28.9% are still transmitting and 50% of wild ones are, you could say that there's a difference between the two. Or perhaps even more appropriate would be to look at the 21-day mark and look at SOS within itself and say, you know, the 1-day birds were at 50%, the same-day birds are at 29.4%, and the 2+ day ones were 9.1%, and compare that with the 50% of wild birds. I think that would be an appropriate way of looking at it, because I think what it gets to is what I think is fairly obvious, that if a bird spends more time in rehab, its chances of survival are less than all the rest of them, right? Because like I said, like it's obviously got something that SOS has flagged as an issue. And it spent more time with humans in a rehab setting. So you could do something like that, but I don't know, I guess that would be my recommendation, but it obviously SRC would need to make its decisions on that, and everyone else.
Thank you.
Yep.
Always learn something, never fails.
Thanks, Andre.
Questions for Andre?
Are there any other questions for Andre while we have him for a short period of time? Okay. Thanks, Andre. Really appreciate it.
Oh, Andre, I do have one. Sorry, it's you know, several times in this HCP and other instances throughout, you know, looking at stuff, I have seen the Ainley et al. 1995 paper quoted as showing a 50% searcher success rate. And when I go back to that that publication, I don't see that in there. I see he found 43% of the birds he found were dead, but I don't see anything about a 50% searcher success rate. Do you know where that came from?
I haven't looked at David's paper for a little while, so right off the top of my head, I
Okay.
wouldn't say, but you know, certainly the searcher efficiency, there's a whole bunch of things there. One is that a large percentage of birds are already dead when they're found, and people are less likely to turn them in. Secondly, that birds their instinctive reactions to hide. So you know, people have to take that into account. Particularly during daylight hours, those birds are gone. And I would just draw my, you know, from my own experience, the Kaua'i Air Force Station fallout issue, which happened in 2015. And during that time, I'm sure most of the people on this call remember, there was a huge number of birds came down. And what we found was that while we were there collecting birds, you know, as they landed, we were picking them up and putting them in boxes. But eventually we had too many birds, so we had to leave, and we said, you know, keep an eye out for birds on the ground, and then we'll come back the next day. No birds were found while we were away, but when we came back the next night and started looking under all the culverts and hiding places, we found, like, I think it was like another 20 birds. So you need, like, you know, with this kind of thing, you need very skilled observers who are going to be on their hands and knees looking into crawl spaces where birds are likely to hide. And once you get into daylight hours, those birds are gone. There was a great photo that Tracy Anderson from SOS sent around a couple of years ago of a bird that a groundskeeper had found. And it was a Newell's that was in this spiky bush, and its tail was sticking out of the bush, and it looked like another piece of vegetation. The guy had just so happened to have found it, but it just shows how easy these birds can hide even in what appears to be open spaces, let alone crawl spaces, culverts, tunnels. They like to hide, and they're going to stay there during the day, so they're going to be extremely hard to find. So dedicated searcher efficiency is absolutely key to these kind of things.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else for Andre? Thanks, Andre. I'd like to propose that we take a quick break. Can we take a 10-minute break? Is that okay? Why don't we do that? We'll come back at 11:15 if you can. Thanks.
All right, good luck, everyone. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Andre.
Hello.
Everybody wants to mute their mics or their videos during the break. Okay, we'll be back at 11:15. The call will remain on for those of you watching online. You don't need to disconnect or reconnect. ESRC members, if you're back, if you wouldn't mind turning on your video, then we'll know that who's back or who we're waiting on. Thank you.
Okay, so we got Michelle. Who do we have back here?
We have all the ESRC back, Dave.
Oh, the ESRC is back. Okay. Okay. So where were we at? We were still talking. We were going to do SOS and then predators. Well, with the SOS thing, I mean, we have, you know, percentages in the plan, and things are set up along those lines. I some questions regarding the study and whatnot. There's still some doubts in my mind as to what would be, you know, it just seems like we need some work on that. I don't know. Michelle, do you have any recommendations on anything we could make to try to move this forward from an agency perspective?
Sorry, on the SOS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one. The studies that Andre did are important and they're valuable, and they were specifically designed to help inform these conversations. They were even funded by the applicants because they knew that this was a thing that needed to be further investigated. I will admit that as a biologist, I would much prefer a larger study that had more clear conclusions and that had further years of data and larger sample sizes. And I would like to see this repeated in the future to help inform our adaptive management. I will say as a policy person that it's hard to make large scale policy decisions for the purposes of this HCP, given the set of circumstances that we're in. And this document has gone through the ringer over the last 12 years, going back and forth on a variety of issues, this being one of them. I will also admit that I'm hesitant to make a large change on the survivorship numbers right now, because that would result in needing to change both the HCP as well as each individual applicant's PIPs, which we are not, which would forestall things, all things.
And also the mitigation.
And the mitigation. There would be no way that we could work through those changes prior to this coming season. I will just put it bluntly.
So Michelle, are you suggesting we disregard best available science?
No, not at all. I think that we are in a position where ultimately the agencies and ESRC are going to have to evaluate the information that we've got in front of us, and we're going to have to evaluate the other provisions of this program. In my mind, my question is always, for the uncertainty that exists within a program, or for new and different information, or for all of these kind of revisions, my question is always, is the adaptive management provisions of the HCP and the changed circumstances of the HCP sufficient to cover the ability for the program to change? And so that is what, when I'm thinking about this issue, that is what I'm doing right now. What I was doing over the break is going back through the language of the adaptive management section and the changed circumstances section to evaluate again whether I felt like document as written was strong enough and had the clear benchmarks enough to be able to adequately address this issue after the permits are issued rather than before the permits are issued.
A question on that. I think there's two parts to that. One is what you said in terms of, is there a possibility for change? And the second thing, which I think is equally important, is how would we get that information?
Yeah, and that was my question as well.
Yeah, it's not just a question of saying, okay, we can change things in there, but is there going to be an effort to try and validate this and come up with a better number or validate the calculation as it stands?
Yeah, because there's no way to trigger adaptive management unless there's something that comes in, right? Yeah. All things that I am looking at as I'm rereading these portions of the document.
So with regard to that first part of the question, do you feel confident that there is flexibility within the adaptive management aspects of things, that if we were to come up with a better understanding of what the survival rate is, how we could incorporate this into the whole process, including the mitigation?
I would say that the adaptive management section and the change circumstances section are really very strong on this document, and they help me as I'm thinking through these things up until the point where the mitigation program exceeds its capacity. So at the point where the mitigation program exceeds the capacity of that site, then that's where we get into a higher bar about what would need to happen.
And how close are we to that point?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. Kate, do you know, are you listening? What's the gap between what the program, what the current applicants are requesting versus what the maximum capacity of the mitigation is at the moment?
You're still muted if you're there, Kate.
I can send a text to my folks and try and get a better answer on that as well.
I'll look it up. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Thanks, Kate. But so when I'm looking at this, I would say that the adaptive management is really strong in this document. It's had multiple legal reviews. We feel very confident in that adaptive management section. The change circumstances section clearly calls this out, but it does identify that if the total take of the applicant's newly requested take numbers exceeds that of the program capacity, then it would cause a major amendment. And that's where things get a little bit more complicated. So that would be the question of how much room do we have here? Jim, does that answer your question, more or less?
Yeah, no, I think it does. And then obviously we're also banking on an expected productivity from the mitigation site too, and that may change over time. And that's obviously that would come into the change circumstances adaptive management part of it too.
The mitigation can scale beyond the mitigation site because of the barn owl control and the cat control outside of the fence, but only to some. I mean, it can't go forever, right? There is a limit to the capacity for that proportion of the mitigation site to handle.
Michelle, can you please point to what specific lines of the adaptive management section are giving you such confidence?
Hang on, Kavika, I'm going to find numbers. And I'm only working on one screen, sorry, so it's going to take me a couple minutes.
Maybe while you're doing that, then I just want to follow up on Kavika's comment as far as best available science, because I think, from getting under on the line and, understanding the scope of the study, essentially we have something saying that survival does differ between wild tagged individuals and individuals that went through the SOS program. We have some question from Dave as far as whether fallout individuals are inherently less fit than non-fallout individuals. But as far as I know, we don't have any studies showing that. That's just a musing. Am I understanding that correctly, Dave? If I'm not, please correct me on that. But to me, it sounds like more of a musing than anything that's based off of published literature. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, for one thing, Andre's isn't published literature, and I'm just questioning the study design. I mean, you can say best available science, but if it's not really a well-designed study, is that, I mean, we don't want to use junk science, and I'm certainly not accusing Andre of having junk science, but I'm just saying that I'm not sure that his study is definitive and that there's a lot of variables in there that may not have been considered that might be affecting it. I have other questions about that, the study design as well, and the equipment and all that sort of thing. So there's a lot of things that could have gone into that, and I haven't, seen the sample sizes and all that kind of, all those things. So, I mean, there's just a lot of noise, I think, in that study.
One of the things that Andre did point out, which I thought was very, very, very clear and very important, is the fact that in the study he was only looking at the most fit of the release birds and not looking at the more unfit groups. And so at best, this is an optimistic view of what may be happening.
And I would say the other thing that I heard Andre say is that the paper's gone through one round of review already by the journal, and that it was basically, they made the changes and it was on the road to being published. So it's, I think if there was large concern, I'm imagining the journal wouldn't even want to publish it at this point.
Right. So, I mean, that's fine. I mean, part of my issue is that if we change the percent calculations right now, it's pretty much, I don't know if the document can even handle that, or the whole program might, we may have to start over again on the whole program. And I just would hate to see, I'm just wondering if there's language and the ability for this document to be able to address these things as is, because if people don't feel that there are, then we're pretty much, it's going to be very difficult to move forward.
Yeah, that's why I asked Michelle what language was giving her such confidence, so I could be sure I'm looking at that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with taking things as we have right now and recognizing that Andre's report is not published as yet, although it may be coming. But I do want to make sure that if we are going to proceed taking the values as they are written right now, that we do have a capacity and a real drive to try and validate that and not just simply say, okay, this is all we've got to go with right now. We're not going to try and look anymore and see if there is a need to change that calculation. So that could be covered in the adaptive management part of it, or the change circumstances.
Yeah, it would be nice to follow up on it and look at the study as the original study as is, and then see how, if we can put something in adaptive management that would look at following up on that, or sharpening the pencil on some of that stuff, looking at some of the just sharpening the pencil onto the study design.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible too that a follow-up study which has a more robust design and larger numbers and so forth would validate the assumptions that are put in right now. But again, that's what we'd be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think my concern was if we didn't like the transmitters that are available, and we have a limitation on essentially the methodologies that are available, is it a study design flaw, or is it that we're using the best available tools, but the tools aren't good enough yet to make us confident? And so in that case, there's no new science that could come up until new equipment's invented or something like that. So best available science is the best we have available given limitations of equipment and everything. That's always the way it is. And so I guess if we're questioning the study design or something like that, and there's no possibility of a better study design, then we have to take it for what it is. So as long as the adaptive management language is there for us to consider this once it's published and available for us to incorporate it, I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, one of the things that I think would be useful to do is to do a sensitivity test on it and say if you change that calculation, say down to 70% or some other number, and just see what a difference it does make in terms of what the estimated take and the required mitigation is and so forth, and how that really affects the overall program.
Yeah, so Kavika, the adaptive management section, I'm looking at 6.9.2, has several references to being able to meet biological targets, and those biological targets do include adequate take tracking. It does talk about, understanding what the lethal take associated with the impact of the taking is, and that proportion between lethal take versus non-lethal take. Like I said, this section has gone through multiple legal reviews on both the Wildlife Service and the DOFA side. And while it doesn't necessarily call out every possibility for the need of adaptive management, it does talk in general terms about anything that doesn't meet the expectations of the KSHCP is a trigger in and of itself for adaptive management. And so that would be one. And then further, again, in the change circumstances, which is 6.11. So I think it's 611.2. No, sorry, 611.8.
611.8.
8 really does specifically call out this specific issue about the release of birds through SOS. SOS is really, we all know it's an incredibly important program, and I don't know where we would be without it. Both the data that we've received through SOS and the biological value of the birds that come out of SOS has been incredible over the years. And there has been a lot of investment both by the agencies and by the applicants and by KAUC in the continuation of that program. I think there's a lot more that we need to understand about the birds there, but they're always continuing to update their techniques and give birds the best chance of survival coming out of it as they possibly can.
Okay, I'm looking at 6 point, whatever the one that Linda just mentioned, 6.11.8 on page 90. And it says that KSHCP using the best available science assumes that all birds evaluated and released, blah, blah, blah. That statement is untrue because we have the only available science that we have, being the best available science we have, states otherwise.
Down below, it does say if the survival of recovered and released down seabirds changes, this will impact the ratio of lethal versus non-lethal taken to KSHCP. If released birds do not survive at the same rate as wild birds that do not experience fallout and subsequent release, then the changed ratio may require a response as explained below. Is that what you're speaking to, Michelle?
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. I should have read that section.
Yeah, and then specifically there's a planned response based on changes in survival. So the particular situation that you're referring to is specifically called out in the KSHCP as a changed circumstance for which, there could be a amendment that could be made based on that.
Okay, but it still remains the fact that we have our best available science refutes that statement in the HCP that it's using the best available science. So how would you suggest we deal with that, Michelle?
I want to go back and talk to my folks on that on our end and just make sure that we're solid.
Okay, is anybody claiming that does anybody want to argue that this is a correct statement? Because the way I'm reading it, it's false.
Which statement is that?
The second paragraph under 6.11.8, the KSHCP using the best available science assumes that all birds evaluated and released through the SOS program in a timely manner will survive at the same rate as wild fledglings not recovered and released through SOS.
Yeah, that's not entirely correct perhaps, but we could take it out. I mean, the question for me is, is the document strong enough to make adaptive changes or not? Like this.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I just don't think it's right that we have a false statement in the HCP.
Okay, maybe we could just line that out.
Yeah, I think it's probably more accurate, Kavika, to say that, you know what, let me think about it and maybe come up with some language here. But I think that it's probably reasonable to say something along the lines of the program anticipates that there could be a difference in the survivorship and accounts for it via adaptive management and changed circumstances, and will use best available information to trigger adaptive management and use it over the course of the permit term.
For a first crack, that's pretty good. You should write that down.
And this is Ella Foley Gannon. Maybe also there's a sentence about using best available science could be pulled up into more of to support the overall approach for estimating lethal and non-lethal take. So this component of the survival ratio or comparison of SOS released birds versus birds in the wild is one component of the overall take numbers and how they're calculated. Again, there are some that are more conservative and some that are less conservative, but I think it's a fair and accurate statement to say that overall, the best available science supports this overall approach, and that this is a reasonable and conservative approach to calculating take.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple things. I do agree that this should be tied back into the overall take discussion, because this is just a portion of the overall take. It's not the only aspect of it, and which is actually the next point when I get down to my other stuff. But there is some opportunity there. I do think that the section that's referred to, section 413, needs to be cleaned up as well, because that one actually cites this document in its discussion and its justification for giving 100% credit for the SOS birds. So I think that needs to be rewritten to more accurately reflect that publication's results.
I got a response back from Ginny, by the way, on the difference between the capacity of the program and the currently requested take, and it's the difference of 114. I think there's 114 lethal newel shearwater take over the life of the 30-year permit term.
And I don't know what that really translates out into as far as the mitigation capacity.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd have to look at all the tables and everything like that. But basically what we're talking about is a difference of 114 lethal newel shearwaters over the life of the 30 years.
Okay, sounds about right. So, but I do think that potentially there's some way to bring the data in to the document and then find a way to address it, but it will take some wordsmithing and some understanding that stuff has to happen quickly to correct it. But then you have to talk to the applicants too, because it's going to impact their burden as well.
Okay.
Okay.
I am. I'm still thinking about it, and
See if Michelle can come up with some language. This we kind of need to move this along. So what else we got? Why don't we go back to that issue on the predator trapping? Can we get that resolved? We were saying, I forget what we had, something to the effect that predators trapped will not be released.
Yep, I think the last version of the wording that I had was permittees will not release predators trapped under these provisions. Or maybe it's simpler to just say permittees will not release trapped predators. I'm not sure. Something along those lines.
Hi, this is Linda. Can I know there's a question raised about the ones that are microchipped. And so I did look up the Kaua'i ordinance with regards to licensed cats. And what it says is that basically that the cats cannot, any person who takes into possession a cat that is tagged shall notify the animal control provider, which in this case is the Humane Society, and shall release the cat to the animal control provider upon request. So being that we know that the Humane Society right now is not taking in any trapped cats, I think it'd be safe to assume that there is no requirement right now under the law to turn in the cats to any particular agency or to the owner.
Okay, so Michelle's language would be good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And I think that satisfies, I think the Lisas had mentioned that a comment made by Suzanne, and that might have only been for Honolulu, and Kauai is generally true, but only where the Humane Society is still accepting cats.
Right, and that changed just recently.
Yeah.
That resolves my concern, so thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, great. Does that take into account your concern, Loyal?
It does.
Okay, great. Okay, moving along.
Loyal, do you want to do discovery rate stuff?
Sure. I'm going to do one real quick that should be easier. That's okay.
Of course.
I think
Jim, stop laughing.
David Hinkins said in his things that you just need to correct some of the way the lethal take is calculated. You know, the dead birds that you find on property count. It's not just the ones that may go to SOS, for example. So I'll leave it at that.
Hey, Loyal, on that one, I saw your note about that. I think that the discrepancy there is that the requirement for all applicants or all participants under the KSHCP is that all birds, whether they're found dead or alive, are submitted to SOS. So the way that is worded is reflected of the fact that even dead birds, if they're found, all observed take, regardless of whether it is found dead or alive, is submitted to SOS for counting. And so that's why it's worded the way that it is. But I agree that it's confusing because yes, it's not 12% of the live birds turned in, it's 12% of the, well, anyway, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not right to use the 12% because it may vary. And if you've got an applicant that's very, very good at picking up birds and doesn't get them before they die, you know, that'll be different than if somebody doesn't get, you know, it's turning in dead birds. This 12% was what, anyway, I don't think that is appropriate document. You need to spell out what they are, you know, because a dead bird is different than a live bird as to whether it's going to get rehabbed.
Yeah.
It's a general statement that doesn't need to be general because each of the individual PIPs, the people are going to have different levels of ability to get certain things done and to do stuff. And the ones that are doing it well would have a better outcome than those that don't, if you do it right.
Hang on, I'm looking for this section just so that we're all looking at the same wording. I'll find it. Keep going, Loyal.
So that was the only thing I wanted to say, just that, you know, David Hinkin brought up a point, and I think that, you know, there's no need to use the 12% because I think that was based upon historic contributions to the SOS program, and that's going to change because they are going to be turning in all of their birds, not just the live birds.
Yeah, I think that's the starting point, right? I mean, that's based on the historic, what SOS, that's based on what we have right now. But it does provide for that to change, and potentially it could go up or potentially it could go down. But, right now it's estimated that 88% of the birds are released alive and 12% of those birds are dead or non-releasable or have to be euthanized.
And for the initial take estimate, that's fine. Other than the fact what we're talking about with the survivorship of the SOS birds.
Yeah, but that's where we are right now.
So if that's what you're going to use it for, is just that initial thing, then that's okay, as long as it's not for the additional calculations of take. So then the last part, which basically solves a whole bunch of issues that I have with HCP, is if there is very good validation of the searcher efficiencies and carcass retention, say by DOFA or someone along that lines, to within a year come up with a good evaluation of the searching programs in the applicants, then I'm happy for them to do whatever programs they've got, as long as they're validated and there's a rigorous care or carcass retention and searcher efficiency trials done for each of the applicants. Then that really solves a whole bunch of issues with predator control all the way up to how things are searched. So that would be my suggestion, is that DOFA take that on, or somebody, some centralized independent group take that on and get that done within a year, so that people know what their quality of those searches are. And I do think it would be important to have to bring in the canine stuff at least once as a one-time effort to look at each of the areas and see what they come up with as far as the canine searches during the fallout season as a one-time shot. So those are my thoughts on that. You're muted, Jim. Jim, you're muted.
That worked. Okay, sorry about that. No, I fully agree with what Loyal is saying on validation. And I just want to make sure that we're not just giving it lip service, that we do have a way of having some capacity that actually can be addressed towards that. I'm not sure I see that at this point.
Yeah, DOFA, I mean, we'd be glad to take the lead on something like that. I think it would be nice to have a program where we do training and calibration and get people, up to speed, where we're confident that that searches are being done efficiently and effectively, and that there's a program where new people can be trained up and whatnot, and we can keep tabs on the folks that are doing it, create kind of a cohort of folks that are doing that work.
Is that something that DOFA can take on without additional funding?
I mean, I didn't have a chance this weekend to talk to our Kaua'i branch folks, but I think between our Kaua'i branch and our admin folks, I think we can probably put together something like that. I think I would say that yes, we can figure that out. We could figure that out and put together a program like that. I think it'd be really important. So.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good suggestion and a good idea to follow up on. It would be good, as you sketch that together, is to bring it sort of an outline of what the program is and bring it back to the SRC, just so we can have some input on and making sure that it will meet the kind of concerns that many of us have.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, we could commit to that.
And of course, the wind farm surveillance work with the CEF and CARE trials has, obviously been well ironed out and is working pretty well. So that's a good model.
Yeah, so for those of you who didn't see it, in section 6, the applicants are doing, as worded right now, they would do those applicants that are seeking a higher discovery rate, greater than 50%, which is the default under the program, would conduct an independent or blind validation of their discovery rate, which would obviously include all of those components prior to or during the second Seabird fallout season. Because it wasn't, with the COVID going on and the fact that the season's relatively close around the corner, the ability to necessarily do it this year may be challenging, although if they wanted to, they could. So they could do it up till next Seabird fallout season. That's what the applicants have committed to. If DOFA committed to doing something in addition to that, that's great. We just need to find a way of how do we formalize that? What does that look like? How does that factor into the program? All of those different things.
Yeah, a single approach I think makes the most sense, and rather than having each of the applicants come up with their own strategy for coming up with an independent validation program, because I think, I'm not sure I would have confidence in that just face value right now. And I think what Dave is proposing would be really outstanding if we can have DOFA really take on that burden there, and have a protocol in terms of, again, something that we can review as ESRC and feel confident that this is going to give us the kind of information that we need to move forward on this.
And that would be fine with me. It should be not just the ones that are asking for more than 50% searcher efficiency, but for the whole program. Not necessarily all the small little tiny A and B or Department of Transportation sites, but for the high risk sites.
Okay, so what do we have to do? Do we have to change language? What do we have to do? We need to move this.
Applicants that are on the phone, is there anything that you want to share related to this? Any immediate reactions following this discussion?
So this is Ella Foley again, and is the proposal that that everyone would need to have a validation even if there was the 50% default rate being used at this point?
That would be my suggestion, that they do that and that DOFA be in charge of doing that validation.
I mean, I think this is a great suggestion. It certainly solves several issues, but it is a pretty substantial change in the program. I do think that we probably need to circle back as on the agency fronts, just to make sure that we kind of know what this is going to entail and what the process is going to be. And on the applicant front, to give them, make sure that they understand what's entailed in all of this and how this will factor into the program. And then different sites, I mean, DOFA knows this, all of you guys know this, but each site is different, right? So doing carcass retention and searcher efficiency on the cruise line is wildly different than trying to do that for, say, the county. So there is going to have to be site-specific implementation components that we need to factor into this. And if DOFA is going to do that, that's great, but there's some logistics that need to get figured out here.
Yeah, and we do have the 50%, the 50% seems pretty conservative, I would think. I don't know that we really need to go to that level of detail for people that are at the default. I mean, that's kind of why we set a default.
Well, the searcher efficiency can be under 50%, certainly with the wind farms. And I think it's easier to find stuff there at times. And I believe Andre said previously in one of our discussions that even his team had searcher efficiencies that drop below 50%. I'm struggling with my lack of good memory these days, but I seem to remember that.
Michelle, I don't think it would change too much in terms of what's already in there, because the basic intent is to come up with a validation process. And right now that seems to be somewhat on the shoulders of each of the applicants. And if that were taken off by DOFA, it still is, the intent is exactly the same in terms of coming up with a validation of what those numbers are.
Yeah, no, I see it conceptually for sure. And then that factors into adaptive management, not necessarily in changing take numbers, but just adaptive management to inform search protocols and predator control actions on a property to try and maintain the discovery rate that's within their authorized PIP, right?
You know, we've felt this is important for many projects that have come across the ESRC table, you know, from bats and other things and so forth too. So I think just having that approach in terms of this is what we're trying to do, is just validate how the numbers are actually coming out with independent validation is really important.
And I think that from the at least from DOT's perspective, you know, we have done independent evaluations at the ports, and we're relying on the 50% for the HUI, but I think that the suggestion to say that if the validation does demonstrate that there is a need to take extra measures for the monitoring or for the predator control, I think that that's a reasonable response to the issue.
Good.
Okay, anything else, Al?
Nope, I'm Pal.
Okay.
Dave, I guess.
Lisa.
Thanks so much. This is, again, this is something new, and I certainly.
Can you get closer to the mic?
Sure. I guess my concern is the suggestion that you're going to have dogs going on a cruise ship and at a resort. And I just think we're very, very different than a wind farm, and our sites are different. So I'm a little concerned with not knowing exactly what's going to happen at my clients' properties. Certainly, if people want to suggest ways to do things better, that's fine. But I just think the applicants deserve to have a better idea of what exactly you're thinking of. Because as I say, dogs are, I would have, that would be a very hard sell from at least our clients.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's important to have a written up protocol in terms of what the validation strategy would be, and then there may be some tailoring you need to do to the different sites in terms of how to make it work. But the reason we come back to canine searches is because that's become really the gold standard we've got for some of the take searching for particularly wind farms, and it really shows a major difference between that kind of a sniffing nose versus people's eyes walking on the ground. We're all looking at you, Michelle, to come up with the answer.
Sorry, I'm multitasking as per usual. My son just came in and asked me a question. Sorry, Jim, what was the comment or question?
Well, the concern, potentially from the applicants is, are some of these methodologies we're talking about, especially canines, is that appropriate to use in certain sites and so forth? And my point is that I think if we can have a protocol written up, sort of an overall protocol in terms of what the intent of the validation is and how it's going to be done by DOFA.
Yeah.
What kind of tools are used, and there may be some tweaking and tailoring for different sites.
I think that that's reasonable, appropriate, and honestly necessary. you know, like I said, I think that doing a discovery rate validation on something like the cruise lines is a wildly different prospect than doing it for the county or A&B or Kaua'i coffee that have very different types of properties. I think that the applicants need to be involved in that discussion so that we can take into account site-specific needs as we develop that. I mean, I think that that needs to be a conversation between DOFA, if they're going to be the ones implementing it, and the applicants, as well as Fish and Wildlife Service and ESRC when we start talking about the adequacy of the data that's going to come out of that. But in terms of how to word that, let me think about it, but I feel like we can walk that line and carefully put something together that makes sure that that DOFA could implement this in a scientifically valid and rigorous way while still taking into account the needs of each individual property and constraints of each individual property.
And also, if I can just add, there's more than just simply validation of the take, what's on the ground. I mean, you know, the carcass removal is an important component there that really needs to be applied in some places. And I see some real challenges in terms of trying to validate the effectiveness of predator control at a site. I mean, that's another issue altogether. And that gets a little bit more complicated, but is equally important.
Applicants, I'm going to go into wind talk for a second, so just disregard me for a second. But for ESRC members, when we talk about discovery rate is essentially the same as G value, right? It takes into account both the searchable area, the carcass retention, and the searcher efficiency. So it is this HCP's equivalent of the compilation of everything. As again, if we were talking about wind, we'd be talking about the G value, not just searcher efficiency when we say discovery rate.
And searchable area is a challenge here.
It is, well, for some and not for others, but yes.
And by doing that, then you don't have to put as much emphasis on micromanaging or the predator program per se, because you get that rolled into the outcome. So yes, you can then play with things, but it's not as critical to be doing the micromanaging on that.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let me think about that one. I think that that's going to be something that we need to circle back on. I'm not sure if I can create something out of thin air, and I'm not sure if DOFA can create something out of thin air while we're on the call, but I think that it's doable. We just need to talk it through exactly what that looks like.
Yeah, we might just have to frame it as a one-year check-in item or something like that. I mean, I can't create a program right here on the fly.
Well, and I mean, we anticipated this when we've been going through the document over the last couple of weeks, where it's not likely that we're going to be able to get something major put together by this Seabird fallout season for a variety of different issues. But it is reasonable to expect that it could, whatever this is, could be up by the second Seabird fallout season.
And that was my suggestion for next year, that they go forward with what they have now this year, and then next year you have the CARE SEAF trials and the studies, all that done, you know, by this time next year, so that that's there. So you have 1 year that you have under the kind of untested programs that the applicants would have, and then next year you've done all of the appropriate CARE and SEAF trials to make sure that you've got things right. That was my thought anyway. You guys.
Yeah.
And I think it's reasonable to expect that DOFA could probably go out this season and work with different applicants or different property folks to look at what they're doing and make suggestions and on ways to be more efficient, or you know, just watching what they're doing and see if there's ways that we as, you know, biologists can help them be better at their programs, their detection programs.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that this is it's a good discussion. I agree that it a lot of issues and takes the heat off of any individual's specific searching protocols, predator control protocols, because it's all being wrapped up into that assessment of the discovery rate, which is great. But I do think that there's some detailed conversations that need to happen here that we're not going to be able to do on the fly between the agencies and the applicants, and we need to give some space to be able to do that.
Yeah, but I think what we've been talking about is validation in terms of protocols that each of the applicants will be doing. And so we need to make sure that those protocols that they're doing are ones that make sense. It's not just taking the burden off of them. I mean, all we're talking about here is really a validation of that process. We just want to make sure that that protocol that they've got for predator control, for take and so forth is adequate.
Oh no, I think that the intent is clear and the value is clear. And I think everyone's more or less on the same page about the goal of doing this and the help that it will provide to the adaptive management provisions of the program. I just want to talk about the logistics and the wording.
Can I make a motion? We think about lunch?
If only we eat together.
Okay, lunch break. How long do people need for lunch? It's currently 12:12 according to my watch.
Half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. Come back at, you want to say 1 o'clock or you want to say 12:45? Probably 1 o'clock is more realistic. Okay. And then, okay. Does that sound right?
Just to get sort of a check-in though, I mean, where do we stand? Are we ready to move to the PIPs soon, or do we still going to be talking more about the overall?
Well, we need to take a vote on the HCP. So if we're getting pretty close to that.
Michelle's gonna have language for us to consider after lunch, right?
You better hope I'm having wine with lunch.
Yeah.
All right, I'll drink to that. See you guys in a while.
Okay.
At 1 o'clock.
Hello.
Okay.
How you doing, Reg?
Oh, just great, Jim.
I haven't seen you with a big beard like that for a long time.
Yeah, I know. It kind of 3 months with no haircut. My beard's kind of gone back to the old days. Like when you had hair.
You used to have a crew cut buzz job.
I know. I look like a grandfather werewolf at this point.
with glasses.
Wolfman Jack.
Good to see all you guys.
Yeah, likewise, Reggie. Lisa said she got booted from Zoom during the break. She's in the waiting room. Maybe Lauren can let her back in.
Dave, I'm here. I made it in.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. I'm like, Lisa, who? What? Okay, good. In here.
I'm here, but I'm still working.
Right, all the ESRC is back, Dave.
Okay. Okay, so along the lines of trying to get this to a vote, Michelle's still working. Okay, is there any other discussion from other committee members? Okay, hearing none. Michelle, what are you working on? Like, are we getting ready to vote here, or?
That's a good question. I'm still working on possible language options. Dave, I need like at least another 10 minutes, and then yeah, can we talk about something else, anything else for a few minutes?
Sure, we could take a break. If anybody else got anything else they want to talk about? Well, we don't have an agenda, but
Jim does.
Just to follow up on that workshop we had a few weeks ago, it's not on our agenda today, but I just wanted to figure out how we can get it on our agenda for our next meeting to summarize what came out of it from our standpoint, to recognize also the information, the new things we've learned, and also the data gaps that still remain and how we want to proceed. So I really think we need to have further movement on where we were at the end of that workshop and how we're going to take it into the rest of this year.
okay, sounds good. Okay, one thing I guess that we could do right now is move to any participant comments. Are there any participants, applicants, or anybody that wants to add anything to the discussion that we've had this morning so far? And then, yeah. So I guess we just got to give Michelle a few minutes to try to address the concerns that were raised earlier.
So Dave, I do have a question, but go ahead.
Go
ahead,
Go
Ella.
ahead.
Ella,
thank you.
you're more important.
I don't think I'll agree with that, but I guess I would just say that I really hope that we can get to a point this afternoon where we can vote for this program as it's been written and as it's presented and believe in the fact that there will be a number of things that are going to have to be worked out during the 30 years in which it's going to be implemented, and that there are these provisions for adaptive management that are included, and that a lot of these concerns and about a lot of the reflection that there will be more scientific evidence that's being developed, and that has to be taken into account. And I think everybody agrees with that, but it's really hard, and as Michelle is demonstrating by trying to write this as we're speaking, you know, these kind of changes and this kind of language, what the ramifications of the changes throughout it, you know, can be so difficult to pull apart and to make sure that it's understood, and people have, you know, have come in here with a commitment and with an understanding of what they're signing up for. So I'm really hopeful that we can get there. This is, in my view, I've worked on also a number of HCPs throughout the country, and I think this is a really unique document. It's a really important effort, and we're at just this critical juncture where we can actually get something in place. And I really hope that we can keep our eye on the, and again, I respect and understand everyone's concerns, but I really hope that we can keep our eye on the bigger game here, and that we can see this thing get underway. And that's really what my hope is. And again, I know everybody shares the concern about getting things set up for as best we can for the Seabird, and that this is really important. So just on behalf of DOT, that'll be my pitch is let's try to keep this as contained as we can and get to a point hopefully where we can move forward. Thanks.
If I can add, we have been working on this for years, and part of our battle has been to reach a point of certainty that we can get authority from our clients to participate, that they have an idea, and they know that there will be changes, there'll be adaptive management, there could be changed circumstances, but all of those things are laid out in the document. And we have authority for what's before you, but to the extent we're injecting additional uncertainties, particularly additional uncertainties that have uncertain costs and could be perceived by our clients as just blank checks that would be asking them if they're still in to this process. I would just, as Ella says, we're not coming to this lightly. We've been, you know, this is a process that's been going on for 12 years. I mean, I personally have spent 12 years on this. And I can tell you that I would very much like to complete it. But there is a limit, I think, to, I just want to be sure that we can get that done today in support of the county, which has some timing issues.
Yep. Yeah, this is a very, very complex document. We're not going to be able to make much in the way of changes. I think in order to move this program forward, I would really like to see something happen. On behalf of the birds, I really want to see this project go. We got a terrific contractor that everybody knows and everybody is comfortable with. We've got some great consultants working with our different applicants, and it's been a long time of, you know, no permit and no program, and I would really like to see this thing go forward so that we can get to work on behalf of the birds, and then, you know, be able to adapt as necessary along the lines. But we also have quite a bit of buffer built into some of these. So, you know, with a lot of this stuff, you know, there's some room there in terms of the amount of take being requested and being, in some cases, significantly more than what we were recommending. So, you know, the agencies have worked really hard on this for a long time, and they're comfortable with it, and at least comfortable that, you know, it's going to work for everybody and that it'll be to the benefit of the birds. So that's kind of what we're trying to do here.
So I'll just chime in since I've been trying to raise my hand for a while. But I think, I mean, it's the same issue with every HCP we got, right? So I'm hoping, I mean, this is going to come up every single time because the species that are in front of us, we know so little about. The same is true with bats. The same is true with seabirds. You know, when farm HCPs come before us, when they started writing the HCP, it was based on a certain level of understanding. We've learned so much then, and then we always get to this point, and there was so much more science that they haven't incorporated, and we do this back and forth. So I'm hoping that since this isn't the first time we're having to deal with this, and what is the best language to put in an adaptive management language, is there something that we can cut and paste from those experiences that we can just put in here that we've already agreed to in the past?
Well, I think we're talking about completely different, I mean, it's different species. The thing with the bats is, you know, they are, we're really not taking very many bats, you know, in my opinion, compared to, say, some of the other takes that we're dealing with. But we don't know hardly anything about bats. We don't know very much about their biology. We can't count them. We don't know how to make them. Birds, I mean, seabirds, we actually know quite a bit about. We've had some terrific people working on it for a long time. But, you know, the take in, not necessarily with these applicants, that's why we split it off, is because this take is well below some of the other take going on. That's another HCP. But, you know, it's just a lot of birds. And, you know, so we're trying to figure out how to make that many birds. And we're talking about across the, you know, the different, there'll be a couple HCPs. This isn't the one. This is the lower number one. And so I'm confident, you know, that we know enough about birds and that we know how to make birds and that they're out there. My concern is that, you know, we've been talking about this for so long, and while we talk, birds are dying and there's no mitigation going on. And we've lost, you know, in some estimates, 94% of the birds in 10 years. And that's why I'm really, I really want to get some permits issued and get to work on managing these birds, because I think we can be very successful managing these birds. I think that we got the tools and we got the people, and I think with the right amount of funding, we can get out there and really be effective.
Go ahead, Gordon.
I think I want to just come back to Kavika's point. We've been down the road with some of the bat work. Not that, I mean, these are obviously very different species and very different processes, but certain assumptions were made early on in some of the HCPs for the bats that have proven to be not as accurate as we might have hoped. For example, the amount of usage of area by bats and so on and so forth. And then, but then when there's discussion about we need to change the requirements to consider this new information, there's been, shall we say, some small but non-significant, I mean, a significant level of objection from the permittees saying, well, you're moving the goalposts on us. So, I mean, the deal with adaptive management is that that axe can swing both ways, so to speak. If we learn things that allow the permittees to take measures that are less stringent than required, well and good. But by the same token, if those measures need to be more costly, then that has to be prepared to be accepted too. I mean, if we're going to say we're going to change this down the road as we learn more, I think that's great. That's how science needs to work. But we don't know how those changes will affect people, and they need to be prepared to accept that.
Yeah, good point. And, you know, we have had, there's been HCPs where the numbers didn't work out and we had to go back and revise them. You know, take was higher, we, you know, weren't. And if you look at some of these old projects, it seemed like some of those projects, maybe, especially the bat ones, they weren't as effective as we would have liked them to be. And but I feel a lot more confident with Seabirds that we can do it well. And we've also had, and especially with Seabirds, we've had projects like the latest Haleakala one where we were just massively over, you know, they had like no take and they mitigated for all these birds. And so we ended the whole thing early because they were in such good shape. So, you know, that was a Seabird HCP project that worked out really well, you know, and I'm hoping we're going to have success with this as well. And we're certainly set up for success here with a really good contractor and a project that people put a lot of thought into, and and you know, and species that are, you know, pretty manageable. I mean, I've worked with seabirds for a long time, and you know, one thing I like about seabirds and waterbirds is I like to say they're pretty easy. You know, we know what's killing them. You know, we go out there and get rid of predators and get people to not trample them, and they breed like rabbits. You know, they're not endangered because they're not fecund or something. They're, you know, they're doing just fine as long as you don't, you know, little furry things don't eat them. You know, if we can just take that away, then we're in pretty good shape.
And lights.
Yeah, well, you know, like in this case, so what we're trying to offset, otherwise, you know, legal activities, right? So, but what I'm saying is our ability to offset is more assured, I think, in the case of seabirds than say in the case of bats. And our ability to monitor that, you know, and be able to demonstrate the efficacy of the program. That's what makes me far more optimistic about seabird mitigation and management over bats.
Michelle looks ready. Or anxious.
I actually have a question on one of the things that I had suggested back in October was that the HCP provide an update on how the Maui project is going with the social attraction site. Because I had heard back in October that it was doing better than expected. That didn't make it in here, so I assume that
was that the telescope one?
Something happened, I don't know.
Was that the telescope one up there?
No.
No. Okay, hang on. My Zoom's being weird, but I don't know if you can hear me, Loyal.
Yes.
The latest, so 2 years ago when we did the annual review, remember how Makamaku'ole wasn't performing the way that we had anticipated? And
yes,
Lily Henning was all worried about whether they were going to meet their success criteria and was trying to talk about what they should do. Last year, they did extremely well. I want to say that they fledged 3 chicks. I could be wrong on that. I don't know if Lauren's on the phone and can provide a specific number, but it lo and behold, it's now back on track. I think it's anxiety ridden because these social attraction sites take a while to get going, and especially in that site when there's not a lot of birds passing by, I think there was a lot of anxiety about whether or not it was going to be able to perform against what the models that we had originally. But I'm glad that they held out because it does seem like it's moving in the right direction. I do think that there's still an issue going on between the ratio of Hawaiian petrels to Newell shearwaters. And that's going to be something that adaptive management still needs to kick in to help with. But that should be less of an issue for this site than what it is at Makamaku'ole.
Thank you.
Does that help? And Lauren, I don't know if you want to jump in on anything that I missed or that I got wrong.
Not really, just that we did see that comment on the document, but we were given the final Seabird report for last season very recently. So, and it's still not, it's still under review by the agencies. So it's still a draft. So we haven't all, we're still reviewing some of the assumptions and that sort of thing in the document. So it's not settled on to be released yet. So we didn't want to incorporate that as a final draft yet. But yeah,
Yeah.
the numbers are about right, about what Michelle said. It's somewhere between 3 and 5 or 2 and 5, something like that.
I just don't know if those were Hawaiian petrels or Newell's Shearwaters.
Newell's.
Okay, so that's the issue. In that case, they're trying to, the higher take rate is for Hawaiian petrels. So they really need the Hawaiian petrels, but the site seems to be, they seem to be getting more Newell's than Hawaiian petrels. So there is this weird thing going on with that.
There's also, there may be potential for more birds to actually be present than maybe what have been observed yet. So yeah, we're still reviewing the search protocols and that sort of thing in that draft.
Okay. Where we at?
So I have pulled together some language, but some of this is, the details are important, and I just want to make sure I'm getting it right. So I'm chatting with a couple people just to make sure that I am not getting anything wrong. So do you mind if, Dave, I know it sounds crazy, but do you mind if we take another 5-minute break?
Sure. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Come back at 1:30. You want 5? You want 10?
7.
Good.
Yeah, can we do 10? Is that okay?
1:35.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Paul. Sorry, we're just trying to get this done. Thank you.
Are we allowed to talk before the meeting comes back? Or is that not a no-no for Sunshine?
You can't discuss the until we get back into session.
Okay.
But you can talk about what you had for lunch.
Well, I had 2 lunches. My first lunch was a peanut butter jelly sandwich. My second lunch was chili rice mixed in with kimchi.
Nice.
Ooh, I like number 2.
Number 2.
That looked like a grimace while.
Yeah, chili rice and kimchi doesn't quite do it for me. You threw in some sardines.
My staff was kind enough to feed me. They're always cooking up something here.
That's great.
Yeah, working on kind of a, real quiet office. Usually we got 20 some odd people in here, and most days we have 5 now, so it's quite spread out and it's pretty relaxed. It's nice. We don't, the front isn't open to walk-ins, and so, people can just focus on their work and they don't get interrupted all the time. It's pretty nice.
That is such a different experience from those of us working at home. With, an 8 and 10-year-old in school and constant interruptions and.
Oh yeah. Oh, when you got kids, that's a completely different world. I've done the kid thing. My oldest son turns 34 tomorrow, so.
Yeah.
Wow.
Somebody's talking.
So I'll ask a question of us. Anybody figured out the light wavelength stuff? I've been struggling with that.
I haven't seen anything definitive. I'm sure there are light wave, there might be some, sounds like there are some issues with light wavelength, and I'd really like to see the state go to fewer lights. I go up to Oregon, my son's up in Bend, and the streets, like his entire residential street area has very few street lights, just maybe at a couple of intersections and whatnot, but really dark. The highways don't have lights on them. And man, we got lights everywhere here. It seems like we're just in love with street lights. And at least on Oahu, they just keep putting more and more in. They just put street lights all up and down the Poly Highway. And I noticed when they first they put 6 lights just town side of the Poly tunnels. I used to never ever see a bird down on the road. They put those in, started taking shearwaters right away. You see dead birds on the road on a regular basis. Now they've got them all the way down the road, and they're, you see birds all the way down that stretch of highway where I've driven my entire life and never seen a bird. It's just, I don't understand. I'm sure there's a lot of variability between different transportation highway departments, but I don't know. I'm not that, I kind of like the less lights, and we seem to go all out on lights.
Is that a project we're going to see at the ESRC one of these days?
I sure would like to.
Oahu DOT?
Yeah. Well, I just like to get a conversation going with them. I'm not sure what drives that, and I'm sure it's just engineering. And there's, they have, I forget what they call them, but it's their design specs, and there's a lot of latitude, on design specs and which way you can go. And it just seems like, and I've seen other places too where they do it more like us, where they have lots of lights and they're paving everything and putting up concrete rails and all that stuff. That just seems like overkill to me. So it's not like it's just us, but there seems to be a range of variability, and we seem to be way over on one side of that, which isn't my personal preference.
Loyal, David Herrenbach, I believe, is working on a research project comparing the fallout before and after the installation of the lights on Oahu, the change in the lights. So Keith Swindle had the surveys he had done for about 10 years that we've just had the paper accepted for publication with minor edits. So it should be coming out within the next few months, looking at that data set. But that was all from before they switched to the new fluorescent lights. Fluorescent? Whatever they switched.
LED?
LED, thank you,
LED.
that's what I'm looking for. And so, yeah, so David has the pre and post LED installation data. That's a separate paper I believe he's working on right now. So that'll speak to that a little bit to answer your question. I don't know if that's what you're thinking about or if you're thinking more broadly.
Well, maybe even more narrowly, just kind of some of the comments from the public on this particular project and looking at wavelengths and stuff like that. And it's just, maybe I was just too tired this weekend, but I just didn't really get my brain wrapped around it adequately.
This is Reg here. The research that has been going on at SOS on the wavelength sensitivity is not complete, but it's basically nothing has leapt out as being an obvious wavelength that the birds are sensitive to, which makes sense in the broader spectrum that these birds have incredible eyesight because they have to find prey on the ocean and they fly at night. So far that work, those of us that have had the fortune of being at PSG and seeing those presentations, it's superb work, but it's definitely, nothing has leapt out as being an appropriate wavelength or color. And they'll be in the third year of research this year.
There was late, I think what Laura's referring to is there was testimony received yesterday from Maui Nui Seabird Recovery Project. So that spoke to wavelengths and I believe cited some research.
That and David Henkin's submission as well.
Yes, sir.
So Reggie, you're saying right now that that we're not seeing anything definitive that we could utilize for guidance?
As I understand it, no, but it's a nascent study, and the study was expanded remarkably from its original concept, and she's looking at multiple species right now. But I can send folks those papers or at least the transcripts from the PSG. I don't believe they've actually been published yet.
Yeah, one thing that I do find promising are these new shielded LEDs, and they seem very intense, but the shielded seems a lot better in terms of just directing light right at the ground. So those lights, and they've been installed widely, and DOT's using them, seems to be pretty much universally, and they seem like a big improvement over the others. It'd be interesting to see, Melissa, if the data show a difference in the amount of lights or light attraction, because I know there's a one really bad section that I used to see down in Waimanalo, down near Bellows airfield entrance. There's a really bad section of road down there with lights and wires, and just the way the lights and the wires are all configured, the birds would get attracted to the lights and hit the wires, it looked like. And there was lots of dead birds on the road out there. And be interesting to see if these shielded lights are better for not attracting birds as much.
Yeah, and the analysis my student did was kind of cool as far as, oh, and Lauren, yes, no, I had a different comment whenever we're back in session. Sorry, to answer your question in the comments there.
We're not official.
She was actually able to run things down to the specific light pole. And so she was able to identify the individual lights that were a problem, that had the highest fallout rates of birds right around them. So you could definitely look at whether those particular lights have been fixed or not.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I know when I fly into places that have, if you come flying in at night to different cities, it's a big difference from above, the light intensity of areas that have shielded and non-shielded lights. With the non-shielded, you see these distinct points of light all over the place, and it seems more bright, whereas the shielded light areas, it seems much more muted. There's still light out there. It's more directed, more like task lighting, but it seems like the overall light burden is more muted. Okay, sorry for the delay, but just waiting on Michelle. And I think she'll come back with some recommendations, and I would recommend that we probably should vote on this and get to PIPs, or we'll be here till midnight.
So generically speaking, outside of any specific HCP, Loyal or Jim, in your vast experience in the world of HCPs, is there any easy boilerplate language that we could just start to adopt for adaptive management and dealing with new science and all these species?
Well, it depends. If you're talking about once the HCP is completed, signed, then there's a relatively straightforward set of options that you can do. And when you're putting it together, similarly, you have the obligation to make it as appropriate and accurate as possible to start with. The difficulty is in particular HCPs that are for actions that are ongoing and that are have taken a long time to get to, because people kind of get used to a certain set of language or certain ideas, and it's very difficult to change those. So we have that issue here on this one more than some others, but anything that takes more than a couple of years to really put together, it's hard to get new information incorporated because people kind of build up a type of thing that they expect X, Y, or Z. So it becomes much more difficult. And if it's an ongoing thing, there's a huge difficulty in getting those through. Those are the most difficult of all projects or ongoing projects, like this one, by far.
Yeah, and getting back to, historically, what have we done and so forth. Yeah, we did have boilerplate language in there, which was so general that it didn't really help us much at all. And so I think it's changed considerably as we, now trying to put in what are trigger points for, initiating adaptive management steps and things like that. I think is really a critical part. And I think the other thing which is really important is again, having all the applicants, part of that discussion right from the beginning, and recognizing that, when you get something signed, adaptive management isn't just a phrase that you put in there, but it's something that really is going to guide how we're going to move in the future. And the expectation, as Loyal said, could be it's going to cost more to implement, or it could be, less of an effort to do, depending on what happens and what information we have. So I think it's really challenging, and I think the kinds of things we're trying to develop for like a project like this, and making sure that we have the flexibility with the adaptive management steps is really, really critical. So I would like us to develop boilerplate type of passages that we could put in that really are meaningful, but the past ones really haven't been that useful.
And the stuff like when we talked about DOFA coming in and working on the validation part of that, those are not overly difficult in my mind. The difficulty is if you're doing something that's going to impact the mitigation.
Hi, everyone.
Cake levels.
Yeah.
And the answer is?
Are you all good? Okay.
Kavika, do you need to leave it too?
No, I can stay on till 3, but I need to switch to my phone at 2:30. So I won't be able to read anything.
Okay. Okay, why don't we come back into session? And
sorry, everyone.
Yep, no problem. Okay. Do you have something for us, Michelle?
I do. We'll see if it works, but we do. Okay.
Is there a way you can share screen somehow so we can read along?
That is a good question, Kavika. I know that there is. Hang on.
Well, that DOFA has to make you host.
I think I have it where
Trust her.
to be allowed to. So if you share screen down in the middle. As long as you don't have anything incriminating open.
I don't think so. Okay, hang on a second.
And then when you are sharing, your Zoom controls are going to be along the top of your screen. Just bear in mind.
Okay, so where do I take it over, Lauren, or can you already see my screen?
I can't see it yet. Did you click share screen?
Yeah, you got to click the share screen button.
All right.
I don't think she needs to be host now because Kate was able to share. Okay.
Nothing happened. There it is.
All right. So first thing in section 5.3.2, where we talk about removal of predators, we clarify that statement as was the intent, which to say permittees will not release predators trapped during the implementation of these measures. Okay. Section 6.11.8. In the statement that Kavika read earlier, which, hang on, let me find it. In section 6.11.8, there is a statement that says, the KSHCP, using the best available science, assumes that all birds evaluated and released through the SOS program in a timely manner will survive at the same rate as wild fledglings not recovered and released through SOS. That section would have the removal of the reference to best available science there, but it would be added in the bottom paragraph of that section. So in the section that says planned response based on changes in survival, which is the second hypothetical that's a little bit lower in that 6.11.8, it would read, if the best available science shows different survival, oh gosh, my computer screen. Can you guys see that? Your faces are in the way.
Yes, we can.
Best available science shows different survival of recovered and released birds than is assumed in the current KSHCP. This information could inform adaptive management or result in higher or lower take levels if this results in, and then the rest of the paragraph is the same. The third issue related to validation of the discovery rates. So I played with a couple different iterations of the language, but you know, my big anxiety on this, like I said, is that there are a lot of nuances to the language, and I am nervous about putting forth something that is going to have commitments to DOFA that hasn't been fully reviewed by Linda Chow. So what I thought that we could do is we could talk about the minimum requirements of that language, and then we could duke out the specific language after this call. And as long as it's approved by Linda Chow, then we could move forward. I mean, this is a substantial requirement on the part of DOFA, and it just makes me a little bit hedgy to try and to write that on behalf of DOFA and the applicants. In general, the things that need to be clarified in the language is, number one, that DOFA is going to develop and implement it, how the cost is going to work, because my understanding is that DOFA would foot the cost of doing that validation of discovery rate, that DOFA would work with the applicants to develop a protocol that meets the site-specific needs of that site, because it is going to be different by site, and they need to coordinate things like access and the methodology, the tools available to make it work, right? And ultimately that the validation protocol will be reviewed and approved by the agencies. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. We've done something like this before in an ESRC vote where we said we don't have the final language in front of us, but here's the intent, here's the minimum requirements. As long as we can hammer out language that meets that goal, do we approve or not?
Hey, Michelle, I can only see part of the text that you've got. I see the red section under 6221D3.
Sorry, Gordon.
Yep.
So, and again, this is
Great.
just one of the versions that I was playing around with. So this is part of section 6.2.1 D3. The following sections would be removed. Those are the paragraphs that are in the track changes version that you have. And then I had suggestions of a replacement paragraph, but this replacement paragraph doesn't clarify things like how the cost would be done or how often it would be done. And those are things that all need to get worked out.
Yeah, I think what we were looking at was, you know, a cooperative, collaborative training and calibration type of program where we would have an interest in making sure that, you know, we were able to recover as many birds as possible and whatnot. So, you know, I think in DOFA's mission, we can work towards something like that, as long as that's the, you know, the sense of what the program would be geared towards.
But I don't, even looking at this version that I have in front of me right now, I don't think that it meets the bar. So that's why I'm hesitant about even putting it forward, because I think that this needs revision in order to make it work. I think it needs to be clearer. I think it needs to be more specific about how it's going to play into the program. I think it needs to be more specific about the expectations of DOFA and the expectations of the applicants. And I feel like if I try, or if we try and do that on the fly, we're going to miss something. So,
well, maybe can we move it forward with just the assurances of DOFA that we'll be willing to assist in this endeavor, and you know, that'll just be part of our commitment going forward.
Well, so there were three things that you're proposing amendments for, I guess. Works
Yes.
So I have some comments on the 111.8 or 811, whatever the one, the adaptive management one.
Do you want to go to that, Kavika?
Yeah, if you guys don't mind. So could you scroll back up?
Sure.
Minimize everybody's faces.
Hang on. Now I've lost it.
Okay, well, the issue was with the word, oh, right there.
There you go. Can you see it now, Kavika?
Yeah, so, but the word before the second blue term is could. This information could inform.
Could was the original part of the statement, but you're right with that. That would be would.
Yeah, would or will. Whatever.
This would be would.
Yeah.
And then the could actually had to do with this part, the result in higher or lower take. So you could reinsert could here where my cursor is.
Yeah.
To, or just leave it.
Yes.
So here would be will or would.
Right.
And then
will would be better.
Say it again, Jim.
I said will would be better.
Will. Okay, I can't change it in real time because of the way that it's set up, but I can change that to will.
I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you'd say inform adaptive management and could result in higher or lower take levels.
Right. So this will be will, and then after the or would be could.
And I think Loyal has a question as well.
Oh, I'll let Kavika finish his stuff first, then I'll go yes.
No, I'm good with that. Thank you. Appreciate it, Michelle.
So my concern is that not whether or not this the information can be incorporated into the HCP at a future time. My question is whether it will be incorporated. So, or my concern is, I should say. So I'm not as interested in that language as saying that as part of the HCP, the project will revise the SOS survival rates, and will do so at no later than a certain time point. It's more of an affirmative statement that I am looking for. Otherwise, 5 years from now, if nobody initiates that, then I'm not sure why it makes any difference. And with respect to the DOFA thing, again, I would be looking at some sort of a statement in the HCP that would say, DOFA will do this. Now that doesn't mean that, that's as far as like approving the document today and saying, okay, I would approve it if there's a affirmative statement that we're going to incorporate, revisions to the SOS survival rates, and DOFA is going to, take on a validation. And maybe that has to be worked out as over the next, little while. That's exactly what that wording is. But if the intent is met, then I'm okay with that. But just the statements that, yes, these things can be changed doesn't really help my issue too much.
Yeah, DOFA would be willing to take over validation. I'm sure we can figure that out.
Yeah, that'd be great, because that takes a huge chunk of issues off the table from my perspective.
Yeah, we can end up doing that. It would be a cloud, we're gonna have to have it as something that's cooperative and collaborative with the applicant.
Yeah, understood.
It's not gonna be, like we're going to have some kind of special rights. We can just go on your property anytime we want. It's going to be, we're going to work with you and your people at your invite. You know, I mean, we're going to have to respect the fact that, you know, these are private properties and whatnot, and we would work with them in a cooperative fashion. So I can offer that, you know, on our end, that we'd be willing to take the lead on that.
And so that's huge in my mind, and that's all that I'm really after. For the other part, though, something that would even say, you know, by you know, December, you know, we will revise and update the SOS survival rates based upon RAIN 2018 and any new information that becomes available, so that it's not just that, because you may get a study that comes in that's really good, or Andre's stuff gets published before then or whatever. But something along that line, so that I know that before the end of you know, the year, we've kind of agreed that this is what, you know, the take stuff is going to be. Now, obviously, then all the applicants have to buy into that as well.
Well,
Before we go too much further, Dave, do you mind if we open it up and have the applicants weigh in on these 3 items and just let us know how they're feeling about it?
Okay.
This is Lisa Bale, if I can start. We do have some, I think, practical difficulties saying our clients agree. We don't have all of our clients here with us today. And for some of us, like Mahia, clients are a council that needs, before as a body, it can make a decision. I think for some of the things that, you know, Michelle has on the screen here, that she's, to her credit, is working really hard on trying to move this forward. You know, I think that the general concepts are agreeable and we would recommend them to our clients. But again, as we said earlier, it really all goes back to certainty, and our clients need for certainty in what they're signing up for. And in particular, in these economic times, certainty as to cost is a factor that's always evaluated. So we need clarity on exactly what this would be. And then we need to be sure it has the certainty that we need to move forward, not just for our clients, but as the group of applicants. Because one of the things that we've really worked hard on for these you know, more than 10 years that we've been at work on this permit, is to keep all of the applicants working together. And we have some applicants that are newer than others, but we have government perspectives and industry perspectives and landowner perspectives, and it's a very diverse group. So it does take time to be sure that we're all together, because one of the things that's really important, and I think that makes this KSHCP very different than all other HCPs, the level of resources that's brought together for this smaller amount of take on the island of Kauai. The amount of resources that this group is contributing is really significant, and it allows the mitigation site to happen. But that only happens if we all work together as a group, because if one applicant is not here, that changes everybody else's costs. It's always been a very careful effort to be sure that we're in agreement with the agencies, that the applicants are in agreement with each other. Because when we get this finally moving forward, what we bring to the table in terms of implementing this mitigation site is really extraordinary and couldn't be achieved by any one of us alone. So yes, what Michelle is working on the screen, the concepts are agreeable. You know, we need certainty. We need additional clarity in the details, but you know, we are willing to discuss it further. But most important, we really want to be sure that it works for all of the applicants, because when it works for everybody, then the whole project works. And that's really the careful balance that we've worked so hard to achieve for so many years.
And this is the other Lisa. I just want to push back on the proposed revisions to the second one. I think the first one on the predator control, thank you for clarifying that. I think that's very helpful. But I'm reluctant to put a time frame on the second one, particularly a time frame that's the next 6 months. That I just cannot see, with all the things that these agencies and businesses have going on, that can happen. I think it's appropriate for the document to say that we'll do this, but to put a time frame on it, particularly a short one, I just don't think that's doable.
Can I ask a question to the first Lisa?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm not sure which one spoke the first one, but you're speaking about certainty, and I understand and appreciate the need for your clients to have some level of certainty. How do you see us reconciling the need for your client's certainty with our need to see adaptive management?
Yeah, and that is, that section of the document was the product of 18 months of very concerted effort with leadership from the agencies, with counsel from the agencies. And like I said earlier, and I'll repeat it again, we realize adaptive management is required here. It's required by statute. It's a commitment of all of these applicants. We all signed on to that commitment when we signed our federal applications last summer, committing to meet the requirements of the HCP. But it is a delicate balance, and different considerations come up for different clients because of labor. An unexpected labor issue came up, in recent discussions that wasn't an issue for some, but it is an issue for others. But what's most important is that we hang together, and we all understand that there is adaptive management, which is why that section is there and why we've agreed to it. But it's also really important to think about the changes to that section carefully as they happen.
And so this is the other Lisa, and the way that we brought that certainty to our clients is if you look at the financial assurances section, and so part of the way we do that is we're funding a pot of money, knowing that can be used for adaptive management, knowing that there can be changed circumstances, be it a hurricane or whatever. But there's a cap to that provides an off-ramp. Should things go so bad that the program as a whole doesn't really work, and it's multiples of the amount. It's a very large sum, but there is something there. What troubles me was, for example, the initial description of the validation. I see costs there that are more than the cost of putting in the fence for our social attraction site. So we're just we really are trying to make this work, and again, tell our clients that, yeah, we're working with the agencies to do what's reasonable.
This is cool. I think Gordon has some comments to make. You can go ahead, Gordon.
I thought Leah was ahead of me.
No, it's you, Gordon.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I'm just looking at Michelle's screen because she's still showing it, and I see that, Dave, you've committed DOFA to cover the cost of all this validation, and I think that's very noble and maybe what's needed to get us off the square here. But thinking about the economy, there could be budget cuts, and if you don't have money to do this task in your legislative budget, and you don't have a method for cost recovery, I fear that despite best intentions, the quality of the validation could suffer. So I'm not challenging you on the intention, but I have concerns given our economic climate that, yeah, maybe that's just a comment. Maybe you don't need to respond to that, but.
A lot of uncertainty going forward. We're just trying to find something that will work.
Yeah, I understand. You're a braver man than I am.
There, don't have a whole. I mean, there's just so many applicants and approvals and councils, and we don't have a lot of room to maneuver here. Just keep adding things in. I mean, we've worked on this for a long, long time, and we're just trying to get to the point where we get something that's workable. It's we can't make the perfect the enemy of the good here. I'm just trying to get a document that we can approve and move forward and get a project on the ground.
Sure.
I mean, right now there's none of those things.
So
forever.
So is there perhaps an understanding that if, I mean, let's just play devil's advocate, because I think attorneys do that well, and I don't. But in this case, I mean, if we get 2 years down the road and you do not have the resources to do the kind of validation, are the applicants willing to acknowledge that they may have to step up and put money forward to that, or we won't have an acceptable, scientifically defensible process?
This is Ella. I think that it would be the same thing as if the applicants didn't have the money to carry out their obligations. Then, DOT, we also get our money from the legislature. So, we're all kind of in the same boat, and we're all in unpredictable times. I think that that's part of, when you have a 30-year permit, there are off-ramps where the permit doesn't work, or sometimes, as Dave said earlier, sometimes permits work great and they work so well that, you call them off early. But I think if we are all in agreement on terms now, you do have an annual review, and you will be involved in that. And so you will know if something is going wrong, and there will be opportunities to talk about these things. Again, what we're really hoping to do today is let's get to a place where we can have a document that we can at least start implementing.
Well said, Ella.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Sorry, thank you. So as the newest member of ESRC, I can hear the frustration, the voices of people who have been on this for a really long time and have worked so hard to get to this point. And so I fully acknowledge that and the work that's been done to get us to this point. To speak to the comments that Lisa had expressed before one of the breaks here, or a few breaks in, I'm not sure which one. But in regards to, coming back and making the changes and stuff, I think from a person who sits on the ESRC's perspective, just like you have to meet client goals, our role is to evaluate whether this is going to cause jeopardy to the species or impact them in a way that matters, and whether adequate mitigation and discovery is in place. And so we're evaluating that. And I think my concern from a committee perspective would be we can move things a lot quicker if the things that we bring up in one meeting are addressed by the time we get to the next meeting. So for example, if we brought up that predator control is really inadequate, needs to be addressed, and then the next meeting it still hasn't been met, then that puts us in a position of, hey, we asked for something, it hasn't been added, it's kind of a big deal. And so it makes this process take a lot longer. Again, just from a newbie's point of view on the committee, this seems to be an issue that I'm seeing occur multiple meetings over, that we bring up something that's a big deal, it's not addressed in the next set of edits, and then that causes a whole lot more discussion. So I totally hear the frustration that's caused the delays up to this point. The issue of things not being addressed that were brought up in previous ESRC meetings could certainly help us move this process along faster. I think in the interest of moving things forward, how much of a modification are we requesting for today prior to vote versus things that could be dealt with later? Because I'm feeling a little lost in where we're at in this process now, and that where are we at?
Well, I think that, you know, from the agency standpoint, I think we've got a document, an agreement, a plan together that we think we can work with going forward. That's why we are moving it forward in the form that we have it. I mean, you know, we're kind of at a deadline point. We have gotten this to where we think it's workable and that it will come out to net environmental benefits and for the birds. We understand it isn't perfect, but we think that we have something that we're comfortable and that we can work with going forward. You know, using annual assessments and adaptive management to address any shortcomings that might come up. That's kind of where we're at.
I mean, ultimately, you know, ultimately, we could do a couple different options. We could vote on the document as it stands before you. We could vote on the document with amendments, but only if the applicants are okay with the nature of those amendments. One of those amendments could be, we need to go back and figure out the specific language on one of these, but it will meet these minimum criteria or this intent. Or
Michelle, can I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're always asked to take a vote on a leap of faith that things will see their way through. I don't see why it's unreasonable that we ask the same of the applicant in this case. If we could approve something, and then if they take it back to their clients and their clients agree, then we're good to go. If their clients don't agree, then we do this again, but at least we've taken a vote.
Yep. I would actually defer to Linda on whether or not that's doable, but.
Okay, well, like I said, we're asked to bend all the time in that way, so I don't think it's unreasonable that we ask the applicants to bend the other way.
And the third major option is that we say we need time to talk through all of this and we don't vote today, but I would be one for voting today.
Yeah, we should vote.
Tim has a comment as well.
Okay, go ahead.
There you go. I think with the discussion we had this morning and the modifications to the language that have been proposed, I feel we're close to have a document that's workable. That being said, I think it looks good on paper. It's how it actually can be implemented is where my concern is. I think, to me, one of the biggest issues is the validation, because I think the assumptions in terms of the discovery for cake and various other things that are related to what we're trying to talk about validation are questionable at best. And you know, I'm willing to proceed ahead. I appreciate DOFA's willingness to take on the job in terms of the validation. You know, it needs to be something more than just, you know, we're going to try. And I understand this is trying circumstances. So I think we're good enough with that. I'm willing to go ahead, but again, I'm expecting that we will have some real progress in terms of particularly the validation part of it. You know, as it go through this year or the rest of this year, it's going to be challenging. But as long as we have a
Tim, I think you muted yourself on the last part of that comment.
I said, I think if we really are going ahead and have a good faith commitment to the validation part of it, you know, I'm good with moving ahead on it. But I'm looking forward to seeing some real progress in that area particularly.
Okay. So I think that we should vote on something here. Are we voting on document as is or with your comments, Lisa? I mean, Michelle? You had a framework there that we could.
Yeah, could we review that real quick so we're all on the same page about what a potential amendment is, please?
Yes. Can you guys give me like 2 minutes? I'm going to put it all in on one piece of paper so that you can see it all together.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, mahalo.
Okay.
We'll just sit here and watch you, Michelle.
Perfect.
At one point, was Linda asked to provide comment about whether this was an adequate process? I don't remember if I heard a response from her.
Linda, can you hear us?
Sorry, Linda went to the refrigerator. So which part of it?
Yeah, I don't think your sound's coming through, Linda. I thought you were talking earlier too, and I could just hear some background.
Okay, hold on. Okay, how's that?
Good.
Okay, I think my my headphones went out on me. So the question I have is, which part of it were you wondering, is it an adequate process? So there's 3 proposals that I've heard, which is on the table. First proposal is vote on the document as is. The second proposal is to vote on the document with only the written changes that Michelle has been able to come up with, but which have not yet been verified by the applicants as to whether or not they can commit to them. And then the third option is to suggest changes to the document with basically conceptual amendments to the document to address the concerns of the ESRC members, with exact language to be worked out by basically the parties and the agencies prior to it going to the board for final approval. The last part is, of course, my caveat. So all of those are valid, I think, actions that the ESRC could take at this time. So, I mean, it's, as long as the ESRC is reasonably comfortable with what the changes are supposed to be made conceptually to the document, I think they can delegate to the agencies to work out the exact language with the applicants.
Okay, thanks.
I would opt for door number 2.
I'd opt for door number 3.
Yeah, because I don't think we have exact language for the changes yet. So door number 2, it would probably take a while more and would not allow the ESRC to vote anytime real soon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought the second option was to vote on the proposal with the changes that Michelle has proposed.
Yeah, but she doesn't have final language on that. I mean, so the changes, so option 2 and the option 3, I'm sorry, are essentially the same in that we're making the changes that Michelle is proposing in specific areas. It's just number 2 is we have to wait for specific language to be agreed upon by everybody. And number 3 is we agree on the concepts that are to be captured by the changes in those 3 areas, with the final language to be worked on by the parties and the staff.
Oh, I misinterpreted what you just described in number 3. I thought was number 2.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
A little bit.
Yeah, so basically, as I understand it, option 2 is looking at what I would call not huge changes. I mean, there's some wording changes, but they're not massively substantive. And we would delegate to staff and the applicants to finish that off, and the document would be done. Option 3 is to come back to us with whole new language and we vote later.
Well, actually, no, what you just described as option 2 was what I was trying to describe as option 3. Sorry. Okay, so basically vote on it as is, option 1, right? Option number 2 is is work on language and have to bring it back to the ESRC. Just leave it at that. And option 3 is have ESRC vote on conceptual changes and with the exact language to be worked out by staff. Is that easier?
So 3 is conceptual changes, right? 2 is specific language approved now, which I don't think we can get to.
Do you want to see the everything piece of paper?
What Michelle's working on, right?
Yeah, let's see what you got, Michelle.
I mean, if we vote on it and the applicants don't like it, then all they have to do is not take it in front of the board and just bring it back to us. But at least we've ready to go.
If this doesn't go through, we're probably going to lose county funding and the whole project could be dead. That's like one of the options here that we're like right up against the fence on.
Okay.
So there's a sense of urgency here on our part that is palpable.
Okay.
All right, everyone, can you see the screen?
Yep.
Top one, it's the one that we talked about before. So the revision of the language in section 5.3.2 permittees will not release predators trapped during the implementation of these measures.
So in regards to option 3, you know, the things that we're concerned about are that the permittees will not release the predators. We're concerned about use of best available science to inform adaptive management, and that will take place. And if those 2 things, I keep trying to scroll your screen. If those 2 things take place, have we essentially met what you're trying to fine tune the wording to do? If those 2 things are met, does the committee feel like that addresses the concerns? Predators are not released and best available science is used to inform adaptive management, including, you know, estimates of take and that kind of stuff.
Well, the third issue is validation, but we're good with that.
Yeah, and sorry, that's that scrolling that just happened. So is there nothing on this 3rd item that's already in the language? Is this just sharpening or fine tuning existing language, or is this missing from the existing document?
The way that it's worded right now is at the bottom of section 6.2.2.1, which basically the applicant will have a party independent of their search team conduct validation of their approved discovery rate no later than the 2nd Seabird fallout season of the permit term, and it is only for those applicants that are seeking a discovery rate that's higher than 50%. So the ones that are not doing the default, which is the 50, but they're requesting a higher.
So this would change it in that it requires it of everybody, and it specifies that it's DOFA doing the validation. Are those the 2 differences?
The main ones, yes.
Okay. I think Loyal had a question.
Yeah, so I'm good with that part on the DOFA validation. I'm not 100% sure I've got the right section that's going into, but I'm good with that one. I'm good with the non-release of predators. I'm still concerned about what we're calling best science, you know, and that I think that the HCP needs to make a commitment to revise the, in particular, the SOS survivability numbers. And I think it does need to have some sort of a must be done by date. Otherwise, it sits there and it just is under the typical adaptive management features, which could run on for years. So because this was a 2018 publication, we've heard from Andre today, and it seems like it's hard to say that this is new information. per se, it just wasn't incorporated into the HCP. I don't need to have it incorporated right now, but it should be incorporated before this time next year. So if I can get those assurances, I'm good for that. It's just, I want a review of that and anything that comes out of that review implemented into the HCP, you know, by a year from now.
I would be in support of that.
Me too.
I don't know that we can do that.
I don't know that you can either, but it's that, or say, no, stop. You know, I don't think we should go forward with the HCP. So, you know, I know you can't say we will do this, this particular action a year from now, but maybe we can word it to where we say, we will revise and look at whatever new science we've got, including the 2018 article and whatever Andre is going to be putting out, and say, when that comes out, you know, we will, or within a year, we will redo that to make sure that we have current SOS survivability data.
Well, I'm not sure the program can absorb that, quite frankly. I'm not sure we can absorb those numbers the way we got it built right now.
Because of the increased data, just want to be sure I'm understanding.
I think.
But we're not making the conclusion here that the best available science necessarily shows that those numbers are wrong, right? I mean, because that study hasn't been published and the peer review hasn't been completed yet. So if the request is to say that by a date certain, the data will be reviewed, and then if a change is necessitated by that review, then it would be done. That seems like a reasonable request. I think maybe a year is pretty quick, but not to say what that outcome is until that information is all available.
So within a year or within some time period following publication?
I'd say within, I mean, right now we have one report that is the only available science we have on SOS survivability. There's another one coming out.
Well, and you know, I'm sorry, Laura, I'm really concerned about us focusing on peer review. There's nothing in the law that says that the best science is limited to peer reviewed science. It's the best available science.
And that was going to be my next statement. We don't have to have it peer reviewed, but there is one that's coming out. We don't have access to that because he's not releasing the numbers on it until it's peer reviewed. So we can't use that right now. So what we have right now is the best available because there's nothing else. And it indicates that the numbers that we're currently using in the HCP for survivability or survivorship of the SOS birds is not correct. So we could say, okay, stop, redo it with this particular report that we have, which is best available. Or I'm suggesting that we say, yeah, it's there, but we know that there's something else coming on potentially, and it may be hard to put it in right now, but no later than a year from now, we have looked at all of the available science that's going to come out between now and then, including this 2018 report that we have in hand, and we will revise those as appropriate.
Really quickly, Kate or G or somebody that knows the document better than I do, isn't there a provision in here that talks about how we will evaluate all of the SOS data every 5 years and incorporate that into the adaptive management of the program? Where is that? And can we just tie these two things together so that it's clear that, I mean, granted, Loyal, I know that 5 years is too long in your opinion,
yes.
but if it's already in the document somewhere, then maybe it's a simpler change than creating new language. You know what I mean?
Bring that up to within a year.
A year sounds like pretty tight, unrealistic timeline to me.
I don't think it's unrealistic to say that we're going to review it and discuss how it would be incorporated and those kind of things. I think we would have to have more conversations to see exactly what that would do if we were trying to predetermine the outcome right now.
So did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, sorry, I thought we were still waiting for Kate. I would just echo that, you know, waiting on something to come out in a publication is not the bar. And so as long as it is, you know, it's available, it should be utilized. So I would just echo that that's been said earlier. And going back to the other discussion, which is there not already language in here that we can that in the existing language for adaptive management that we can consider things in the annual review and update as needed. And I think this gets back to that boilerplate language discussion. Is that not already in there? And if it's not already in there, how do we make sure that that's a part of things? Because that would solve this issue and allow us to move forward, I think.
And I would agree with you, Melissa, because I'm pretty sure it's in the document that one would, you know, on the yearly review, that would be able to be incorporated in. My concern is that if we don't move forward, you know, the birds that are getting taken while we don't have an HCP and we don't have permits in place are not getting counted in the mitigation mix. So if we stall out for yet more time, the other concern I have is the financial stability of implementation of this project, given the current economic situation. And then in kind of a bigger picture situation, kind of knowing the long-term history of this and that these applicants combined together is actually something far smaller than the other issue which we'll be facing eventually, which is the take with the power lines. So, I mean, I think there's a point where we know we want a perfect document. I'm concerned about moving forward with no document at all. So if we can get ourselves through this with looking at the existing language and providing ourselves the ability to, you know, come back to DOFA in a year at the annual review and say, look, we now know like SOS birds are at X percentage, it's going to be more take. Let's look at mitigation measures being implemented in the future. But I'm just, there's been a decade of take that there's, am I correct, Michelle, that there's no mitigation for the take that's been ongoing without an HCP and permits in place?
No, and there's no way to do so either, because neither agency is legally able to retroactively approve take that's previously occurred. Certainly, the fact that the status of the species has so declined at this point has made mitigation harder. And so sort of by default, the complexity of the mitigation project is more extreme now, and the success bars are more extreme now than it would have been if the take over the last X number of years had not occurred. But that's about it.
In light of, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
In light of Lisa's comment, maybe could we just state that there's, as long as Andre's report in whatever form he's willing to make it available is available to anything we're going to review coming forward or moving forward, and should be incorporated into anything we see next. You know, anything that crosses this committee from here forward should incorporate Andre's report. And so again, I think that would allow us to move beyond today without necessarily worrying about how it affects tomorrow, because we're saying, look, this is now available. You are now warned, this is the standard, and this is what we want to see going forward until the next best available comes out.
Loyal?
Really quickly, I just want to refer back to a section in the document. So 6.9.1, for those of you who have your documents open, is the discussion of the reevaluation of take based on an annual basis based on the information that we have available to us. It does not specifically call out what's going on with SOS, but it is, SOS is the minimization measure. It is the main minimization measure, right? And so I think that it's there and it says annually. Linda, I would ask you for your legal response on this as well, is does the wording of section 6.9.1 already provide for an annual review of the adequacy of the take evaluation, inclusive of any changes related to SOS success?
So I'm looking at it right now. Did you have a particular paragraph that you're looking at, or just
No, I mean, it's
in general, right?
it's just as simple as the
I mean, I think that's sort of the concept of adaptive management, is that it is meant to periodically, or in this case annually, look at what has been done and what the effectiveness of it has been, and to see what changes need to be made to ultimately the key is the applicants have to hit their take marks. They have to not exceed their annual take, whether it's through, you know, minimization or mitigation or whatever you need to do. They need to do that. And you know, we can look at that. We can look at how they're, you know, whether or not the SOS information has been it needs to be reevaluated. I think all of those are on the table, and specifically where we've called out in the change circumstances for a change based on the change in the SOS numbers, or the viability of it. I think we're covered to be able to require changes in the future.
What do you guys want to do?
Can I jump in for a second here?
Please, Jim.
I feel a real urgency to move ahead on this. I've watched this from the day it was born, this HCP. It's taken way too long to get to where we are right now. And we just need to get something where we can actually be more than just observers watching the process happen, as opposed to actually being involved in terms of evaluating whether it's working or not. So my feeling at this point is to move ahead. I do like the changes we've suggested in there. So I guess I am going for the option 3 that Linda has talked about. That being said, is I don't want to get us, I want to make sure that we have an ability to relook at where things are, the rethinking, the new information that come in, even just through new published reports and so forth, before too long. I don't want to have us be in a situation where if they prepare a project report by January, that it still takes another 6 months before we can actually come up with a review on it. I want to make sure that we have this project, if we approve it to move ahead. I would want to see that we have this project on our review evaluation the next time around we do all the projects, which it should be around the turn of the year. And so if that case is in there, then that way we can be able to see whether there's new information that we use to trigger adaptive management. We can see whether the validation program is going to go. We can understand more in terms of how the predator control is going. But I think we need to move ahead.
So we're currently on item 4. And Jim, would you like to make a motion?
Generally, we at USGS haven't made motions in these, but I would move that if that's the case, I would recommend that we move forward with this with the amendments in writing that have been proposed by Fish and Wildlife Service, and put the motion to call.
Okay.
I always botch the language. I'm terrible.
And I'll second that. And just, can I add at this point, or do we have to have discussion? Just add that.
Discussion.
Okay.
You seconded it, so you can now discussion.
Okay, so second it. And I would just add that delegate to staff to complete those changes and go ahead and work with the applicants. It doesn't have to come back to ESRC.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I just mentioned that our staff thinks that 6.9.1 and 6.11.8 cover us pretty well, so we're comfortable with those. Any other discussion?
so I have a question on what's actually in front of us. So I understand the predator control. I understand, I think the DOFA validation monitoring. On this one, we're going to leave it to annual reviews, the annual reports, to then make a decision on whether or not there's new information to change the SOS survivor data. Is that correct?
I would feel that we will, at the evaluation period, we will see whether we will be expecting new information if it's available to have been incorporated into the discussion.
So the first report is due when? First annual report.
From what was said this morning, it seemed like the first annual report would be in January, but you know, we just need to make sure that we have a review process for this project when we do our annual review.
Yeah, so I think that the document says right now that the first reports are put together in March, and the review meeting is in March. Kate, can you confirm?
And this is Lauren, just confirming that wouldn't be a year's worth of the plan being in place.
So it'd be March of 2022.
Yes.
I feel it needs to be in our review process in 2021.
There is. The schedule is.
It's going to take us a while just to roll this thing out, right? I mean, we still got more reviews to go. We got a bunch of stuff to do just to get this thing into place.
But if we can just bring it into the review process in terms of an update on where things stand, that would be important to have. I don't want to just have it go for another year and a half.
It's not.
Lisa, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I don't know why we're not. Can you not hear us?
I can barely hear you.
Okay, the table
Is table 6.3 on page 77 that sets forth all the schedules.
So what happens is the Seabird season is through December 15th. We rush and get all of each individual applicant rushes and gets all of their data together to give to Lindsay in January. And then Lindsay writes the report, and then we meet with the agencies on the report, and then we meet with you all on the report. So it is 2021. It's not 2022.
For the first annual review, yes, it would be March 2021.
Yep.
We're going over the work, the implementation of the work that would be done this coming fall.
Correct. And we could.
So it wouldn't be a whole annual review, but it would be a one fledgling season.
It's one season, but not a full year.
Correct. Correct.
We'd be on the board and we'd have a season under our belt and we could report on our results there.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Really quickly, remember that we do have the modifications as I provide in written form this morning that came via email.
Yeah.
So that's included in this.
Included in Jim's motion. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. I think we have to do it. We have to make sure, Lauren, you're gonna count it. And I think because of the way that we're doing this, we have to make sure that everybody's vote is counted specific to members. So,
let's go in alphabetical order.
I'll start out. I'll vote aye. I'll go down the list here. Loyal.
I will vote yes.
Okay. Michelle?
Aye.
Going down the list here. Jim?
Yes.
Lisa?
Aye.
And something's blocking me off here. Who else do I have?
Kavika.
Kavika, sorry.
Aye.
And Melissa?
Yes.
Okay. Is that everybody?
All right, this math I can do, so it's unanimous ayes for the entire committee.
Beautiful. Thank you.
For the KSHCP proper.
Okay.
So Dave, congratulations. I need to get off to another meeting. I can maybe jump back on at 3:30. Are you going to continue with the PIPs?
I'm sure we will be here. We have 8 PIPs to go through. And if we're not, you can congratulate us.
I'll have to call back in later. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does anybody need a short break? Long break, drink.
10-minute break.
Short break?
Hey, I'm working from home. Alcohol is within easy reach for me.
I know I'm in the office and not available at the moment.
But not until this is all done.
Okay.
Correct.
Absolutely.
You
I'm
want
just joking. I'm just joking. Okay, do we want to just motor through?
with the first tip on the agenda, or was there some talk about possibly rearranging?
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna move into the PIPs here, so the agenda items aren't necessarily, we're not gonna take them exactly in order. I think the staff arranged them in slightly different order. So we will go, Lauren will share on the screen we'll just go in the order, whatever they have a PowerPoint set up for this. So Lauren, you want to start out? I think it's Department of Transportation we have up first.
Sure, it'll be DOT first. Are we taking a break or are we moving on?
How do we feel? Anybody says they want a break, we'll take a break.
Jim says move on.
Jim
That's
says,
what I was trying to say, Mike.
Okay.
All
right.
Okay. Let's go to Department of Transportation.
All right, let me see what I got here. All right, I'm going to screen share, stand by, but you should be able to still talk. If anybody can't hear Dave, let me know. So I just have a little, just a highlight slide to show you, remind you of what the take request is for each applicant. But if the applicants are on the call still for each PIP, if you would like to introduce maybe a short summary of any changes you've made since the ESRC has last seen your PIP in October, that might be helpful. So if anybody wants on the line who wants to do that for DOT, I'll stop talking.
Sure, this is
If you want me to take
Ella.
or have any corrections to this, please go ahead, Ella.
Go ahead, Ella.
Okay, so we've made 14 changes to the PIP since you last saw it, which are really pretty minor, and were largely done in response to some of the comments received. The first sort of group of changes was just a clarification that we will be doing our searches 2 to 4 hours after sunset every evening and 2 hours before sunrise. We had slightly different periods of times in our earlier versions of the PIP, so we made that consistent in response to the comments that we received. We also added a requirement for all 3 facilities that specifies that when there is a new hire, that person will be given the training if it's in a period of time that is not immediately before the annual training that is given about the methods that are used on the facilities. to make sure that all those who are there and present are aware of the avoidance and minimization measures that need to be conducted. We added an additional minimization measure to Port Allen, which was to lower the wall-mounted lights to reduce the reflective glare off the building, as of the warehouse buildings, as had been requested. We changed the outreach and training date program for Lahui to being conducted in August. We had originally had it in April because that's when we do our annual training now, but we have changed it to August as requested. And that we put in for all facilities some descriptive language about how the monitoring would be done where there is vegetation present, that is a more intensive level of searcher activities conducted where there's vegetation present, and also that there will be checking under parked cars before they're moved in the morning during the fledgling season to make sure that there's as another take avoidance measure. I can go through specifically where those changes are, but those are really the bulk of what we have changed. Our take numbers did not change as a result of any of the revisions. We did put some clarifications about our non-lethal take numbers, which had not been as clearly set out in the earlier version of the PIP, so that it was consistent with the form as it was requested now. So that's kind of an overall summary. If there's any questions that anyone has about our PIP, we're happy to address them.
Thank you, Ella.
Okay, any questions from the committee?
Go ahead, Loyal.
Sorry, I just had trouble unmuting. So in your PIP, you also talked a little bit about your adaptive management process for the lights and the different wavelengths of lights.
Mm-hmm.
And so I like that. So I just wanted to give you kudos for it. So is there anything in particular that we should know about that?
No, I think it's something that, you know, we anticipate that there's going to be more information being developed as more science is done in this area, and that the department is continuing to follow that. And should there be information that's developed that indicates that this would be a significant adaptation that could be made efficiently, we are certainly looking at that. There's also some things that are being done at Hilo at the airport, and we're going to wait and see what those results are, and we will include those in our first annual monitoring report. And we're willing to discuss, you know, kind of what's the meaning of that, and does that indicate any other changes that we want to consider for the other facilities?
Thank you very much. That was it.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? So I think we talked about various ways to go through this. I think we were talking about doing a vote for each one. Is that okay? Is that still good? Linda, is that the thing that we decided was a good way to go?
Yeah, because each of the applicants are going to be given their own permit, we thought that we should then just vote on each one as they come up.
Okay, not hearing any other comments. Do I have a motion for approving the Hawaii Department of Transportation PIP?
I so move.
Laura moved. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, and all in favor? I guess I got to go down the list again. So I'll vote yes. Loyal?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Sorry, I gotta scan through my list here, down here.
Kavika and Melissa.
Melissa?
Yes.
Kavika's off the call right now, so this will be a person motion.
Yeah, anybody else that I missed? Jim?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. These names keep jumping around on my little screen here. So. And I can't see everybody at once. Maybe I should go to like a tile view so I can actually see you. There you go. That'll work.
The gallery view. You can see
Gallery view. Okay, I had it on a list. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, thank you. So,
on behalf of the department, thank you, everyone.
And thank you, Ella. You've been
Thank you,
terrific
Ella.
to work with.
Yep.
Okay, you want to go to the next one? I think the thing that I have lists Sheraton next. Is that right?
Sir, share my screen. Okay. Sheraton representatives, you're up.
Aloha, this is Reggie David. There were some substantial changes to our PIP at the end of the PIP, basically. We had several typos that were not significant, but essentially the things that we did add that were probably worth noting is that though we've never had any turtle interactions that we're aware of, we did add sections on protocols for searching for turtle nests, and we also modified our training module to include turtle awareness and procedures for all of our employees. Where the significant changes were in section 2, which were the take calculations. Our PIP had originally stated a discovery rate of 90%. We reduced that to 50%. We revised the take calculations, and it didn't raise our Newell's numbers particularly. And then we also had not filled in the tables 11, 12, and 13 correctly, and those have been filled in to meet the current standards.
Okay, anybody have any questions of Reggie? Okay, hearing none, not seeing any hands. Do I have a motion?
I'll do a motion to approve.
Okay, Lisa. Lisa, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Loyal seconds. She seconded mine, so I'll second hers.
Okay. All in favor? Jim?
Aye.
How about aye? Loyal? Oh, I missed Melissa.
Aye.
Okay, Melissa?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
And that is it.
How does the state vote?
Oh, I voted aye. Did I not vote? Okay.
Thank you, Reggie.
I'd like to thank the committee very much.
Absolutely. Thanks, Reggie. Look forward to working with you on it going forward. Okay, the next one that I have on my list from staff is Kaua'i Coffee Company.
Do we have anybody on the line from Kaua'i Coffee Company? Because I'm not sure that we do today.
Sure that we do. Lauren or Kate, can you guys speak to this one?
Kate?
Kate?
Yes, Kaua'i Coffee has no major changes since the last time you saw it. So it is still the same. They've already done a lot of minimization. They've scheduled their dark harvesting times around the new moon. So they delayed harvesting, I think 3 days on either side of the new moon. And that's, I mean, you guys were all on the site visit. Everybody thought, from my recollection, that they were doing a pretty good job there.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of concern. It seems like they're pretty well within the sideboards. Okay, and without them to be here to speak on their behalf, I think some of these smaller operators, this isn't really a process as much on the radar screen. So do we have any discussion from the committee? Or discussion, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay,
I'll second. I'll second.
Okay, a second from Jim. Okay, all in favor? I will just go down the list of Jim.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Melissa?
Aye.
Doyle?
Yes.
Michelle?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
And that is it. Okay, thank you. Okay, next up that I have here is Kauai County.
Hi, everybody. This is Mahia. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Okay, so I will run through the major changes, well, changes that were made, and I think you all have the red line of the county PIP. You can follow along in that. And let's see, so the first major change, just to kind of clarify really, is on page 4, it's table 1. So the changes to the category 4 and category 5 in this table were to highlight what is stated elsewhere in the county PIP, but didn't seem really clear. The public comments really seem to question this. So in the tenure process, the county has made significant changes. In particular, the county has retrofitted all of the category 4 and category 5 facilities. So that's mentioned in the text on page 13. So we added this line to clarify. And then also, in addition, these facilities are off during the entire fledgling season. So I wanted to highlight that because a lot of comments came in, and generally speaking, the historical take were in the category 4 and category 5 facilities. So the only exception for the category 5 facilities is described further in detail in the PIP on page 16. And that really deals with when the county has one night event. And on page 16, it goes into detail on what the county process is for that. Excuse me. So I did also want to make a mention that there are changes on the ground, so to speak, that are not reflected, I guess, clearly in the PIP. And that's a note 4. And so because of all the minimization changes that the county has made over the 10-year period, we really don't have a category 5 anymore, but we didn't want to change the PIP because we didn't want to get into a situation where there was mass confusion on what we were trying to do here. So I just wanted to point that out. Let's see. The next one is page 12. And that should be table 5. So the changes here were just an attempt to follow the instructions in the column headers. I think it kind of caused a little bit of confusion because the county is answering yes to most of them and then partial. So if we answered yes, then we didn't really need to provide a reason because you're only supposed to provide a reason if not feasible. And so just wanted to clear that up. Let's see, on page 15, there was a public comment questioning whether or not the lights were still operable. And so this change was made to address that comment. Let's see. The next one, okay. So page 17, this is probably the biggest change based on public comments, and it appeared from the public comments that people thought the county was not going to employ predator control, and that is simply not the case. The KSHCP, as we've talked about all day, it requires predator control. And so because predator control was not optional, there wasn't any explicit language in the county PIP that said it was going to do it, but it will absolutely do predator control. So I just wanted to make that clear. Let's see. And also on that page, we've added a new subsection. And so in the earlier table that I just mentioned, where we took out some of the responses that weren't necessary, that didn't follow the kind of instruction, if you will, in the column header, it seemed like there's confusion because we had made a citation to an ordinance. And so rather than just blurt out ordinances, I chose to put the actual language of the ordinance in there. So I thought that would be helpful based on some of the public comments that were received. Let's see. And there was some, so page 29, table 9, excuse me, there's just some math errors. And that was basically me. So there is some clarification with the agencies on the just a 0 here when there shouldn't be a 0 sort of thing. And that is basically, that is all the ones I wanted to highlight for you folks.
Yep. Okay, thanks for that. Do we have any questions for the county? Any other discussion?
One, but I can't get it to work
Oh, there we go.
for some unknown reason.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I just minimized Dave to this tiny little thumbnail. So
I got stuck there earlier too.
And it's like, how do I get out of there?
Oh my God, it took me a long time to get back.
Yeah, you're not under my thumb, but you know, I mean, it was a thumbnail nonetheless.
You don't really.
My question is a general question on Kauai, and since you're at the county, it's not pertaining exactly to what your facilities are, but is there any way for you guys to be more proactive in trying to help other people reduce their lights, particularly bright lights shining out to sea?
More proactive. It gets a little bit tricky when you're trying to force somebody to do something on their property, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, I know it. I'm gonna say it's easy.
And I think the enforcement and regulatory role is really with under ESA, the ESA, and 195D is with the agencies. The county doesn't have any regulatory or enforcement role regarding that.
Isn't there already a rule or a law where you cannot shine lights out on the beach and the ocean? Is that like a DLNR?
State, yeah, Linda might know better.
Yeah.
I don't know of any law that prevents that.
There's no OCCL rule on that? Really? I thought that was a law. Huh.
Shining bright lights out on navigable waters to be distracting to mariners. But
Okay.
boater, you might know that.
Interesting. I always thought that was a existing statute.
Because I think, doesn't the PIP say something about investigate outreach to construction projects?
The county PIP?
I think so.
The county PIP for all county construction projects take into account Seabird mitigation measures. And in one of the tables, if you give me a second, I can find it. We list the future projects, which all of them, yeah. So on page 10 and page 11, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service actually provided comments on these proposed projects. So we have they will be complying with the lighting requirements, excuse me, and these are all county projects.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions of the county? Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, I would like to make a motion to approve the Kauai County PIP. Do I have a second? Okay, Loyal. Okay, all in, well, we'll go down and vote, roll call vote. So Jim?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Melissa?
Aye.
Loyal?
Yes.
Michelle?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, and I think that's it, right? Did I miss anybody? All good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mahia, for all your hard work on this and moving it forward. And let's get that funding, get a project going. Okay, the next one that I have on my list is Norwegian Cruise Lines.
Okay, this one is Lisa Bale. Can everybody hear me okay for Norwegian Cruise Lines?
You don't have the best sound in the group, but yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll try to be a little bit louder as I talk then. I don't mean to sound like I'm yelling. I apologize.
No.
For this one, NCL is unique in a couple of respects. As we talked about earlier, it's a cruise ship. We therefore don't have feral animals and predator control issues on board since they don't buy tickets. They're not allowed on the cruise ship. NCL is also unique because it began this process. Actually, in looking back through my files, our first draft of this application was prepared in 2010. So this application, our PIP that you have before you today, is actually the product of 9 years of work. Another interesting fact about NCL is that they have had 0 take of new shearwaters in the period that you average for purposes of your take calculation here. They nonetheless still desire to participate in this KSHCP, which is why we've submitted our PIP. They have also been hard at work for more than 10 years with Reg David making annual visits to advise them on lighting, to do annual refresher training for all of their many hundreds of staff that work on board. They have 900 staff that are constantly tending their duty stations on the ship. And among other things, each of those people is trained to look for birds wherever their duty stations are. The agencies did request that we complete tables 11 through 14, which we did. That required us to calculate the amount of non-lethal take, and that is presented in those tables. It did not increase or decrease NCL's lethal take request for any species, simply because we are voluntarily requesting 30 birds over the 30-year term of this permit, even though we have had no takes. We've had no downed Newell shearwater since 2012. The agencies also requested that we add additional information to justify NCL's searcher efficacy rate. The searcher efficacy rate for NCL is 100%, and that is because we have such intensive use of such a small area. We have our 900 staff trained. We also educate all of our guests who are on board about what to do if they should find a down seaboard bird, which is to tell a responsible crew member who's trained what to do, that we don't tell the guests to pick them up. And this 100% searcher efficacy rate is not something that we determined for ourselves. And that's a very important point for everybody to know. Like I said, we began the first draft of our application back in 2010, and it was from the period from 2016 to 2018 that we went through a rigorous technical consultation process with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service told us that they also communicated with DOFA during that process. Coming out of that process, we had approval of our take request, which included our 100% searcher efficacy. We will continue the training and search efforts every year. Reg will go back again this August to train the crew, to review the ship's lighting before the Seabird season. And of course, in our annual report that we will begin preparing next January, and you will see a couple of months later, all of that data will be included. We also took very seriously the comments from Jim Jacoby that came up at the October meeting. Jim, your concern was that it was possible that birds attracted to the ship could collide with the side of the ship like a building. And again, we went straight to Reg David for his best advice on this issue. And what we've come to understand, and what we explain on page 23 of our PIP, is that a vessel is very different than a building. A building is static. It does not move through the air or generate wind currents, but a ship does. And when the vessel is underway, it will be traveling at about 5 to 12 knots an hour, as we explain in our PIP. And just as a vessel moving through the water would create a pressure wave that marine mammals and porpoises love to ride, similarly, a ship creates air pressure as well through the air. And Reg has personally observed the seabirds often playing with these pressure waves. And his personal observations are that one of the best places to see the seabirds is riding those air currents next to the vessel at the sea. Those birds fly anywhere 10 to 45 knots an hour, and they are designed to use the air pressure differential caused by anything moving through the environment, including a ship. So a ship is very different than a building, and we explain that in our PIP. We also received concern regarding globe lights on board the ship, and we have clarified, and this is a further revision since the draft that you received in your materials on page 3, that we have dimmed those globe lights to a very low light level. It's romantic moonlit lighting for our cruise ship guests, which they appreciate, but it's also safer for the birds, and that comes as a direct result of Reg's 10 years worth of annual work with the ship to reduce its lighting as much as possible while still complying all of the other MARSEC and other requirements that the ship is subject to. And we believe that's why we haven't had a take of the Newell Shearwater since 2012. We also took the opportunity with this version of our PIP to give you our updated Crew Seabird Training Awareness Program. That's our Appendix D. The content remains the same, but we have updated the contact information at the end of that presentation. And we've also given you an Appendix F, our Seabird data recovery form that we would use to track any birds identified on the vessel. And again, the content of that form remains the same, but there are changes to the header and the logos used on top. So with that, I'll welcome any questions that people might have.
Okay, any questions for NCL?
Yeah, thanks for the overview. This is Jim Jacoby. I notice on your schedule on figure 2 that you've got two times and you have overnights. And so at that point, you have the vessel is static and you have your lights on and so forth. Are you not considering that there would be a potential for collisions at that point?
We don't believe there are, based on the fact that we haven't had any collisions in the harbor that we've observed on deck. So we don't think that we would have a collision while the vessel is in port.
Well,
yeah, there are several scientific papers that indicate collisions with boats, even by passerines, that cause fatalities. So it may be less likely than with buildings, but there are instances of that, particularly for ships that have a lot of guy wires and stuff, which I don't think you guys have. But there are instances of that, just for future reference.
Okay. And again, all of this going directly to searcher efficacy or other rates all gets reported in our annual report. That process begins next January. It's about a multi-month process for us to get back before you, but we'll take a look at that data. This confirms we don't have guy wires on our ship. So I don't know how applicable those other studies would be.
Thank you.
Yeah, my experience, just a comment, but my experience working with Seabirds is I haven't really ever noticed it being an issue with them running into large fixed objects like buildings and stuff. There's pretty good, they have good eyesight. They're used to flying at night. The things that we see them usually getting struck by, like you say, like wires. So they get attracted by a light, they fly around, they hit a wire and go down. And that's what I've seen in the past. So wires seem to be one of the things that really take them down. Every now and then a pole or something like that. But I haven't really noticed them running into it being an issue with them just smacking into the side of a building like a lot of passerine type birds will fly into glass and that kind of thing. Any other comments or questions? Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
I so move.
Michelle, and second?
I'll second.
Lisa, second. Okay, I'll go down, roll call. Jim?
Aye.
I vote aye. Melissa?
Aye.
Loyal?
Yes.
Michelle? Michelle? Oh, she can't hear me.
Aye.
Here we go. And Lisa?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Okay, thank you, Lisa Bale.
And thank you to everybody on the committee, and also a special shout out to Mahea for remaining in this applicant group. I think it's very important to all of us to have the county as a co-applicant, and I'm also grateful to everybody on ESRC for approving that application as well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, the next one that I have on my list is Princeville Resort.
This is Lisa Bale, that's me again.
Hey.
This is another long-standing project. Work on Princeville's application began with the submission of the first draft in 2010. So again, we are now about 10 years into the process of working on this application with the agencies. We've worked with the agencies on multiple iterations of the PIP since that time, including technical assistance from Fish and Wildlife Service from 2016 to 2018 on what is largely its current form. One of the most important changes in our PIP did not come up in public comments, but is because the Princeville Resort Kauai is currently closed because it's undergoing a renovation. So one of the things that happens that's built into the KSHCP is that we provide information to the agencies should we be undergoing renovation or lighting changes. We thought better to simply include it in our application here. So that is described briefly on page 6. And then we have taken the project description for these renovations that was approved by Kauai County, and that project description is attached as Appendix A. Loyal did ask if the county would be more proactive in getting people to reduce lights, and I can report to the committee that here the county did require this particular approval for this particular renovation process to comply with the KSHCP lighting requirements. Reg David has been working with the hotel for the entire period that we have been working on this application. That includes annual lighting audits and adjustments. It includes staff training every year and how to search for birds. We have him already in place working with the renovation team, advising them on appropriate lighting, making sure that during the construction period, we will maintain low light levels, shielded lights, meeting the requirements of the KSHCP, and also that the construction team and the remaining staff that are on property during this time will be actively searching for birds and thoroughly trained in what to do, how to search for birds and what to do if they find one. The agencies requested that we make revisions to our take calculations. These revisions are reflected in tables 11 through 14. The new calculations increased our request for lethal take not on an annual basis when you take rounding into account, but looking over the 30-year permit time. That new calculation increases our request for lethal take of Newell shearwaters from 120 to 125 birds. These new calculations did not impact our request for lethal take of Hawaiian petrels or band rump storm petrels, and we clarified the amount of non-lethal take requested for each species using the formula included in the KSHCP Chapter 6. Another area where we got comments was on Princeville's searcher efficacy rate. We realize this is a very high rate. It is at 90%. Again, that 90% was not a number that we came up with on our own. It began with Reg preparing those numbers. We took them to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in 2016. The technical consultation process on that 2016 draft of our application lasted through 2018 with approval of our take calculation and the 90% searcher efficacy rate. We have included detail in our PIP to support that 90% searcher efficacy rate even further. It is based on the hundreds of staff people that we have working at the hotel who work housekeeping in the hallways where we have seen the birds because they are open to the air. It includes the landscapers working in the bushes where we might have birds under the bushes. It includes the parking lot valets if we might have birds in the parking lot. So everybody on staff is trained, again, just like NCL. They are looking for birds not once a night or twice a night, but their entire duty shifts as they work their way through the hotel and the highly manicured grounds of the hotel. We also have an active predator control program. simply because guests at the high-end resort don't want to see the feral animals as part of their vacation experience. As we went to reinforce training over looking for downed seabirds, we realized that the hotel actually has had for many years a program of looking for dead birds on its property, not seabirds, but chickens, because we had a problem with dead feral chickens on the property. So even before we began the seabird work 10 years ago, there was an active bird search program. Again, Reg trains everybody every year. He goes over in August and does a lighting audit. And again, this year it will be different with our construction crew. So we already have Reg working directly with that team to make sure that we have a good outcome during this period of construction before we get those new dimmed and shielded lights in place as a result of this renovation. So with that, I will welcome any questions.
Any questions for Lisa?
Just a comment. Thank you for the presentation. Looking forward to, I mean, the searcher efficiency or efficacy rate is really quite high, and I'm looking forward to a validation of that through an independent assessment through the state. So I hope that's what it is.
That's what we understand it will be.
I had a question. So the predator control was as needed. I assume that'll be validated in the checks on discovery rate, but is there a detailed plan in there for predator control and removal, as opposed to I see a cat, so I'm now going to put out traps versus ongoing predator control?
Yeah, we chose to use the PIP template rather than providing the independent predator control plan. So the elements of it are in our document. As a practical matter, the way it works is Reg, when he goes over and does his training, make sure that they're squared away for their predator control for the season. That begins for as I'm familiar with Reg and the clients that he works with, what seems to be most effective is that pulsed trapping where you actively begin before the seabird season starts. Otherwise, you're trapping year round, you're educating the cats on how to elude the traps. And so Reg, as he's worked with us over the years, has had the hotel on a pulsed trapping program. We do trap other times of years if animals do become an issue. And so as we work through that predator control this fall, Reg will be working with the team to document the details of what we're doing. And then as applicants next January 15th, we put all of that in our initial annual report that goes to our prime contractor. That through the process of working together with the agencies and synthesizing it into a single report for all of you, will come to you for discussion sometime next year as well. So you'll have the details of our predator control.
Thank you. I just want to note that that pulsed control did not appear to be adequate based on the visits where we did see cats. Within 5 minutes of being told there was control when we saw a cat. At nearly every site, we saw a cat just on our one-day visit. And so the pulse control doesn't appear to be adequate. And we noted that in our last review and want to make sure that we see better plans in place in the future.
Understood, thanks.
Hey, Melissa, I do want to call your attention to, there's a point in the document where we say that the agencies are going to be providing technical assistance to each applicant for specific things for their properties related to predator control. So that's still coming. And then we're hoping to work with, or we are intending to work with each of the applicants to develop those site-specific implementation components.
We look forward to seeing that in the annual review. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other comments?
I just, a kind of a question for Reggie. Your last project you presented to us, you had originally put in the document an efficacy rate of 90% and you dropped it to 50, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
In this example, here we are running with a project at 90%, and I know a good portion of the property is also in cliff. So I guess I'm just concerned about these numbers, but I guess that's what the validation is all about. But I just, you know, it is striking in such kind of a complex area that it can be that high.
Yeah, I think one of the things that that we looked at is that when we did some very technical mapping of the site, that we have these cliffs which are almost vertical that basically face northeast. They are vegetated. So if a bird does come down on those cliffs, essentially that is the type of habitat that these species are used to fly off from. So there's nothing there for them to hit in the sense of a wire or anything that's man-made. So essentially, our view was that if they landed on those cliff faces, they would be very easy. It would be very easy for them to launch themselves back into the ocean. And so that was part of why we were looking at it from that perspective.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and I would just be concerned if it's vegetated that actually cats are able to move on some portions of the cliff.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah, and Reggie, we look forward to working with you on taking a look at some of those programs too. Okay, any other comments, questions? Hearing and seeing none, do I have a motion to approve? Okay, Loyal. Move. Second.
I'll second.
Michelle. Okay, I will start in reverse order this time. Lisa, or at least on my screen. Lisa.
I'll approve, but looking forward to future validations.
Okay. Kavika. You're muted.
Yeah, I'll abstain. Since I
Abstain. Michelle.
Aye.
Aye. Loyal. You were muted, but I take that as an aye. Yes? Raise your hand.
You are correct. It's a yes.
Okay, Melissa.
Aye.
I vote aye. Jim.
I agree with Lisa in terms of the validation. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, likewise. Okay. Approve. Two more PIPs. Next one on my list is Kaua'i Marriott Resort. Oh, excuse me?
I'm sorry, Dave. Did you vote on that one? I didn't catch it.
Yes, I did. I voted aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on the list that I have is Kaua'i Marriott Resort.
I believe this is Lisa.
Oh, am I unmuted now? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Summarizing changes since last fall. The first two changes come directly out of the site visit, even before our permit process has begun. The third comes out of a situation that arose after our application was submitted last July. Looking at the changes that have come about since the site visit last fall, I believe during that site visit, several people actually stayed at the Kaua'i Marriott Resort, were able to observe the lighting in the nighttime and had concerns. Although the KSHCP does not require completion of lighting operation modifications until the end of year 1, that's in table 5.1 on page 43, Kaua'i Marriott decided it was serious enough about this application that it would start those changes right away. It began right after the site visit. It completed them in time for us to include them in this revised PIP that you have before you now. So these new lighting changes are summarized in table 1 on pages, in the red line, it's pages 5 to 23. As they worked on those lighting changes, Reg was working with them on what was appropriate for shielding lights, minimizing lights, angling lights, he will be back again to do the annual lighting audit in August when he goes back to the Kaua'i Marriott to do his annual staff training. The second change that came about as a result of the site visit last fall is that although, again, the KSHCP allows until the end of year 1 to implement measures to reduce the presence of predators, Kaua'i Marriott, again, taking the site visit and the concerns raised there seriously, began feral animal control activities in earnest. And since November 2019, at least 11 cats have been trapped and removed from the property. Again, they'll work with Reg David as they are coming up with a more robust predator control program for this fall. They are one of the applicants that has not been working with Reg for 10 years, like NCL and Princeville have had the opportunity to do. So there will be more work in developing the details of this predator control program that happened this fall and that, again, are included in our annual report that we begin preparing next January. The next major change to the PIP comes out of the fact that after we submitted our PIP last summer on July 24th, 1 month later, on August 21st, for the first time in the operational history of the resort, there was a turtle nest on the beach. There was concern that we had not included that in our PIP. That was simply because it hadn't happened at the time we submitted our PIP. So working with Reg, we updated table 2 to reflect the presence of this nest in 2019. Table 8 was updated to reflect that the groundskeepers who rake the beach will receive annual training conducted by Reg as required by the KSHCP. Table 9 on page 38 was updated to delete the sentence that said there had never been a turtle nest reported on the beach, to include light avoidance protocol for the beach and to specify the number of searchers for the beach. And then in Appendix C, we updated our sea turtle awareness and response training module that Reg will give every year to include that sea turtle component that was not in there before. Again, because this PIP was prepared before the biological goals for predator control that were recently added to the KSHCP, we added language reaffirming that we will meet the biologic goals for removal and control of predatory animals. We also, at the agency's request, made revisions to our take calculations. Although the calculations changed, they do not change the requested take for any species. They also do clarify the amount of non-lethal take requested for each species using the formula in the KSHCP Chapter 6. With that, I will conclude, and I am happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, I have a question, Lisa. So to you or to Reggie. So Reggie, are you going to be working with this hotel now to help them out with surgery efficiency and predator control?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look forward to working with you on that. Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, so the searches are only conducted once a day and during the day. Am I understanding that correctly?
Or predators or turtles?
If you put your screen back up, it said once a day. I'm not sure exactly what it was referring to there.
Yeah. For predators, I'm not quite sure what this document is.
Take monitoring.
Well, we've not seen none of us have seen these pages. These are new, these are not ours.
Yeah. It doesn't,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we haven't seen these documents before. It says at least once a day, which was the minimum then required when we put our PIP together. But again, just like the other hotel, the idea is we train all of our staff, and as they are on duty on the grounds throughout the hotel, they are actively searching. We also have a guest outreach component, so the guests are aware and know to call a staff member if they should see a bird as well. And here we are not requesting a higher discovery rate than 50%.
Okay. Yeah, I think similar to the other one, depending on the predator control that's implemented, you know, even a 50% discovery rate, I think it's that predator control is going to be really important, as well as good documentation of the searching, when it's done, who it's done by, and if it's validated as adequate to discover the downed birds on the property, given that they do go into hiding places and are very difficult to find.
Yeah, and that will be, you know, a subject of special focus this year because this applicant is relatively new to this process. So this Seabird season will be their first year of training, and I suspect it's going to take a little bit more of Reg's time to work with this client simply because they haven't had this training in the past and it will be new to them. So I think this is one that will have some special attention.
This one was really interesting to me, Lisa, just because, you know, Reg had worked with this property, not the current applicant, but the property years ago. And I remember it being relatively free of cats and predators, you know, as a result of those efforts. And then property owner switched in. Reggie, I don't know how long it was that you were away from working with this one, but when we saw it this past fall, definitely there was a change in circumstances over what was going on there. So it's good to see the provisions in the document. Looking forward to seeing predator control get implemented there. And
it was about 6 years.
Yeah, it's 6 years gap. Yeah.
Just to clarify, these screens that you're seeing, the DOFA staff that are working on the KSHCP prepared them. They're just summary slides. So if there's something that isn't accurate, participants, please point that out. But it's just summarizing the main points out of the PIPs.
Okay, then Loyal, you had a question?
I do, for Lisa, and make sure I'm unmuted. So on the turtle that showed up there, how far was that from your property line?
I don't think I have information on the distance for the property line. Just by way of background, the hotel does not own the beach. The Board of Land and Natural Resources owns the beach area up to the high wash of the wave. So when the turtle nest was identified, we reported it to DLNR. We cooperated with them in protecting the nest, but we cannot go on the beach and, you know, put up fences to protect the nest. We don't have a permit to do that. We can assist as we are asked to do by DLNR, which is what we did, and which is what would probably happen in the future in a similar situation.
So did you do any screening for light?
Yeah. So immediately after that incident, they screened for light, and then that was part of Reg David's light audit that led to all those lighting changes in Table 1.
And what was the outcome of the nest?
It succeeded. We followed the Fish and Wildlife Service guidelines, and you know, volunteers on the island monitored the nest, and we did not have any issues with turtles moving inland.
Reggie, is that the one where you put the the shields over the Ballard lights and then silt fencing behind the nest, or is that a different one?
No, this one, we don't have any bollard lights there. What we'd actually done before that was there are several down lights on the coconut trees that are on the lawn. The lawn is in that area is probably 20 feet wide. I believe the property line is actually at the walkway. Those had been turned off as a matter of course anyway. So the nest was fenced and it was monitored per Fish and Wildlife Service guidelines. And yeah.
And just a question, so I understand, I recognize the beach is DLNR property, but how does the permitting work? And I assume you're using like a ATV or something to rake the beach?
Nope. It's
No?
done on foot with a hand rake.
Wow, okay. But raking the beach doesn't require a permit? Right?
No, we actually have an agreement to actually clear debris off of the beach because there's an outfall there. And anybody that's been to Kauai recently in the last couple of years, the amount of debris on all of the beaches from the huge storms is pretty massive. So we work in conjunction with DOFA and the state on assisting them in managing that beach. But essentially, we have no mechanized vehicles on that beach ever, never have.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, that's great. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve?
I so approve.
Okay, I'll second. Jim? Okay, I'll vote aye. Loyal?
Yes.
Michelle?
Aye.
Melissa?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. And moving to the last PIP, Alexander and Baldwin.
Okay, this is Lisa Bale, also for Alexander and Baldwin. Reg David is a valued member of this team as well. Changes to the PIP, and you have saved the longest one for last. The comments on lighting that were received, we do realize there are lighting work that needs to be done at Port Allen Marina and Kukui'ula. Alexander and Baldwin remains committed to making those lighting changes. That's not for the entire property. For the shops at Kukui'ula, for example, some of the light on that property, all of the parking lot lights, for example, are already dark sky compliant. We realize there are other lights that need attention. The time frame given by the KSHCP to implement lighting minimization is given in table 5-1 and requires that lighting minimization by the end of year 1 of the permit. So we included language in our PIP reaffirming that we remain committed and intend to meet that 1-year goal for the lighting minimization measures. We also received comments regarding predator control, including a comment that there were cat colonies on the property at A&B's Port Allen properties. Our responses to comments, and this, we actually prepared an entire separate responses to comment documents that has not made it to ESRC, but which I can share if anybody wants to see it. Important for the predator control comments, we clarified in that response that there are no cat colonies on Alexander and Baldwin's property, that outdoor feeding of animals is prohibited. That's stated in tables 4 throughout the PIP. There are known cat colonies on nearby properties that do not belong to A and B. And the one that's a problem that we called out in our PIP is at Waipuli. That's on page 94 of our PIP. We do have a neighbor that's actively feeding cats. This is the property where A and B is already trapping cats. In the past, A and B has always been required to give its trapped cats to the Kaua'i Humane Society. So the cat, once trapped, gets a ride to the Humane Society, and we have paid the Humane Society the fee they require. They take the cat, and because it's chipped, they return it right back to the colony. So this is an area where we would have problems demonstrating efficacy of predator control. And what we put in our PIP was a request for help in controlling this situation. Literally, there is one cat that has been trapped, I don't know how many times, I think at least 3, and it may be more than that. So what happens when the cats are returned to your property is the cost per cat goes up because you're paying for its travel to the Humane Society and its travel back again when they return it. And we're grateful for the modifications that happen today. It's also helpful to know that the Humane Society is no longer accepting cats. So hopefully we won't have this same situation. So with Kaua'i Humane Society no longer taking in cats, that issue of people returning cats to the neighbor's property goes away for us. We're willing to change the statement in our PIP about predator control and undergo active predator control on this property, largely as a result of the Kaua'i Humane Society no longer accepting cats and the revisions in the document today that we are grateful for. We reaffirmed throughout the PIP that A and B will meet the biological goals of the KSHCP to remove predatory animals. Again, as I explained to everybody this morning, we had to submit these PIPs before we had the new language in Chapter 5 with specifics about predator removal. We remain committed to the predator removal as it's currently stated in the KSHCP that was approved today. Finally, the agencies requested that we make revisions to our take calculations. Those revisions are reflected in tables 11 through 13, beginning on page 42 of the red line version of our PIP. They do not change the requested take for any species. They do clarify the calculation of non-lethal take as set forth in Chapter 6 of the KSHCP. So with that, I welcome any questions and particularly suggestions on what to do when you have a neighbor that's feeding cats, because this will be our issue for the fall.
Yeah, I've got a comment and maybe a suggestion. You know, we do lots of predator control, and none of those predators come back. And we can help advise you on maybe, you know, it sounds like in a situation like this, it might be good to have a contractor where you can set up some parameters where, you know, animals are not coming back. And we've got some contacts on Kaua'i that could help out with that. We just, you know, we need to be discreet always, but there's ways to do that. And then the other thing that I've done with people with adjacent predator colonies is, you know, just have a talk with them. And, you know, sometimes it's these groups and they set up colonies in places that are sensitive for us. And we know there's colonies all over. We don't go after them all, but we just don't have the bandwidth for that. But when colonies are in an area that is feeding into a predator control program that we have, we just sort of discreetly let people know that this might not be the best place for a colony and probably isn't going to result in good outcome for the animals. And our experience has been that those colonies usually get relocated. So it's possible to have, you know, we could help you out with some of the ways that we found to be able to address these kinds of situations.
All good suggestions. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments, concerns?
My memory of visiting this site, and please forgive me if I'm misremembering, we visited so many sites in this couple of days, but my memory of this site is that a number of them had not yet implemented or changed their lights or done the downlighting or any of the modifications, or hardly any of the modifications. Obviously, that's something that in the annual review, we would be looking forward to making sure that all those things had been met.
Yep, so that's why we included the statement in our PIP. The KSHCP in table 5.1 allows till the end of year 1 of the KSHCP to implement those lighting changes. So for those the 2 properties that still need further lighting modifications, they will be on that 1-year schedule for completion. So A&B has a lot of work ahead of it, you know, training employees and searching for the first time this year, stepping up predator control, educating neighbors possibly about not feeding colonies on their property. You know, the schedule for the lighting modifications is on track to complete at the end of year 1 as required.
Yeah, I had one other question too, Lisa. Did I hear that Reggie, and this might be a question for Reggie, but that Reggie's going to be consulting on this project as well?
Reg will be a consultant.
Reg, are you involved with these?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Oh, yes. Okay, good. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Sound seems to be a little bit wonky at the moment. We all good? Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
I would do a motion to approve with the noted wording adjustments that were discussed with predator control.
And that would be agreeable to us.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, second for Loyal. We'll go roll call. Jim?
Aye.
Or is there any other discussion on that based on that comment? Any other discussion?
I agree with the predator issue.
Okay, we'll go.
Aye, aye.
Okay, Jim, I vote aye. Loyal?
Yes.
Michelle?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Melissa?
Aye.
Okay. And that is it. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Sean, for being on the
Easy,
call for
no-
that one too.
Easy? Did you say easy?
Okay. Yeah, that's what I said. Thank you, Paul, for your, yeah. It's great to have you involved, Paul, and it's really nice to have you there helping out DOT. That was a heavy lift, and you ended up really coming up with a nice approach. So good to see you today, for sure.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, everybody, for the hard work on this.
Been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Yeah, you have to count up in
Before-
every minute.
Before we end, Dave, before we
Yes,
end,
sir.
can I make a request for items to be on our next ESRC meeting? Is it appropriate to do it here?
Linda, can you advise?
Yeah, he can make the request. He's not asking for any decision making, so that's fine.
No decision making, but you're welcome to add any closing comments. So go ahead, Jim.
Oh, it's okay. I can request things for next meeting. Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. There are two things. One is I would like to schedule at our next meeting a follow-up on the BAT workshop, and just a summary of what came out of it, and a strategy that we on the ESRC have in terms of how to proceed with the information we've got, and what our next steps are. So that's one item I'd like to see on there. And then secondly, we talked a lot in this meeting about the validation process and so forth for this HCP. And I realize there's an awful lot of thought that needs to go into that, and a lot of considerations in terms of capacity and funding and so forth. But it would be really useful if we could bring that as just an agenda item, a short agenda item, to get sort of an update on the thinking of the strategy that DOFA would be, taking towards, implementing this. Just, not a real detailed plan or anything, but just to bring it onto the schedule so we can have some discussion about where that's going. Those are my two things.
Yep, that's good. Yeah, and it sounds like Reggie's working on a bunch of these things, so we have some continuity across projects, and I'd like to pick Reggie's brain, talk to him, and see what he's already got going and how we can work together.
That'd be my pleasure.
Well, you had something?
Yeah, I just
Okay,
wanted to make
thanks,
sure
Reggie.
want to make sure that we send out a special thanks to Lauren and Kate and Kaua'i, and of course Linda Chow for always sitting in on these things. They do a lot, and I just want to make sure we acknowledge them.
The rock star.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Thank you, guys.
a lot of work on behind the scenes. Jenny at Fish and Wildlife Service as well did a whole bunch of work on this. So there's been a lot of folks working really hard behind the scenes on this.
And to the applicants too, this hasn't just been a passive development. This has been a lot of work for a lot of years to get to this point. And while I all know that there are modifications that are going to have to be adapted over time, I really feel like this was a joint effort between a whole bunch of people to make this happen. So thank you to all of you that have invested so much into this effort, and to Seabirds over the course of the last decade. And hopefully we are starting a new chapter.
Yeah, this is a huge accomplishment. We just really want to make sure we're successful going forward.
So one of the things that kind of looking at today and our BAT HCPs is just kind of, I think, also a general horizon of if developing administrative rules for the HCP process would kind of help with some of this long-term guidance on these documents. And I know it's kind of lingering out there as something that needs to get done, and they're difficult to do, but I'm just wondering, like, if as things surface kind of over and over again, if the administrative rules for HCPs would help kind of pin some of these things down.
Yeah, absolutely. You mind if I contact you and pick your brain on that?
We can get Kristen Mitchell to help write us some.
The research for those is underway, Lisa. So it's actually in process, and it's not just I'm not just saying that. Like, we are actually working on that with our legal fellow. So
yeah,
yeah.
I think that might be something worthy for us to kind of take up eventually to understand those rules.
Yeah, and there should be a substantive comment process on those too.
Yeah, so with our legal fellow, that's really helped move that process forward. And now with our staff that we have here at the HCP staff, and having Catherine, who's been with us for quite a while, is very familiar with DOFA, and it's been awesome to have her on. So having that kind of expertise is the kind of thing that's going to hopefully, it's definitely on our radar screen. We're trying to move that forward. We got a whole bunch of things we're trying to move forward at the same time. And that one is something that I haven't completely wrapped my head around, but staff is working on it, and we would love to get that done.
Great, thank you.
One other person I wanted to thank on this is Yuki Reese, who had worked on this for, I believe, many years.
Long time.
And, you know, Yuki was involved for a long time. She's still with us on Kauai. You know, she's working very closely with Sherry Mann. Sherry's been doing all kinds of great work on Kauai and is really dedicated to, you know, the welfare of the endangered birds. In a leadership role on Kauai, and has some terrific staff over there helping her out. And so DOFA is definitely committed to being a major player in recovery of endangered seabirds on Kauai. And so there's been a number of folks, you know, the CASERT folks are just awesome. You know, they've done so much great work over the years. So there's just a bunch of people behind the scenes that have been doing really good work and helping to move the whole endangered seabird thing forward.
Thank you, Dave.
And Adam Griesmer, wherever he is in the world today.
Yeah. The problem with thanking people is that you might forget somebody. And there's a lot of people. This thing, oh my goodness, predates me. I mean, I was just the Oahu guy for a long time, so I wasn't. This wasn't on my radar screen forever either. So there's people that predate me. So really appreciate the leadership of the Lisas and helping to get all the folks together on the you know, on the applicant side. It's just been really complicated to have this large group of applicants and whatnot. And but I mean, thank God we finally got it over the finish line, and now we can get in some implementation and get a project going and really start to refine both the minimization and the mitigation work. So look forward to that. We got a great contractor for the mitigation work. That makes me very optimistic. So we're hoping this will fit into a whole constellation of things going on, you know, across agencies, across organizations, big landscape scale, endangered seabird and really ecosystem management work on Kauai. We're really looking at a large biodiversity initiative with Kauai and starting to bring together a lot of these different programs: endangered seabirds, watersheds, endangered plants, endangered forest birds, and all these things that are going on, and really start to turn the tide on a lot of the issues that Kauai's had with biodiversity decline and you know, native ecosystem and native species decline, and just sort of a general erosion of those types of things, and really start to turn the tide and start to do you know, some really effective ecosystem and native species management over there. And Sherry's really dedicated to that, and she's really pushing hard on it. So I think we have a good person on the DOFA side. We have lots of really good partners over there.
Good.
So any other last comments, observations? Hey, thank you guys. It's been a long day. I really appreciate all the time that you all put into it. And we will be.
I can just add, I mean, I think the remote meeting has worked. I mean, it's a little cumbersome, but basically I think we were able to, you know, conduct business as we normally would. I think it's been pretty useful.
Yeah, I was a little worried about it, but you know, that's you know, again, working hard to make it look easy. Koa and Lauren in the background, you know, pulling the strings, and they did a really nice job managing it. I think it went well. I'm happy with the way it went.
No brownies.
Yeah, I know, Kate.
I know, Kate mentioned that. She goes, "It's gonna be a problem. We're not gonna have brownies."
Virtual brownies don't cut it.
I always guaranteed approval when I made brownies.
What have we done? Oh no.
Do we get 9 sets of brownies since we did 9 approvals?
Technically, yes.
There we go.
Well, you can air freight them for the
Thank
next
you to
one.
everyone. Long day, but so worthwhile.
Okay. Hey, thank you all. Really appreciate it. Good to see all your smiling faces, even if not in person. Okay. Aloha.
Bye now.
Aloha.
Thank you.
Bye, you guys, if you can still hear me.
We can hear you. Bye, Michelle.
Bye.
Bye, Michelle.
Say bye, Koa. Say bye, Lauren.
Bye.
Bye.
You can't see us, but
He knows way too much about seabirds at this point. Bye.
bye.
Meeting adjourned.